Oh, yeah! Welcome, Normal America. robnoerr. Sorry, my friends are messaging me. Bad timing on my part, as always. Andrew doing a TikTok invasion. I was going to review an Andrew Wilson debate, but now we're going to call an audible and not do that. How's that sound? That would be foolish to review a debate of a guy who's live streaming right now. So maybe we'll do that tomorrow night or later in the week. Anyways, content. Don't worry. I'll bet I can think of things. Maybe if I'd speak English, the whispering would sound a little better. I bet I can think of things to talk about. It's been a long day. What a good day. A lot of yard work for me today. I made a big stink for longtime viewers of the show. I made a big stink about wanting to buy a zero-turn mower, which I did. And now I'm like, I don't feel like mowing. And my wife's like, what's the sense of buying this mower if you're not going to get your ass out there and mow? So finally, it's been a weird summer. I don't know where you all live. Where I'm at, like, every day's been either raining, the grass still wet because it was just raining, or it's like been 95 degrees and super humid. So it's never like good mowing weather. But today it was. Today it was slightly overcast, a nice breeze, probably like 68, 69 degrees. A good mowing day. The grass was dry. So we got her done. Got the mowing done. Got the push mowing done. I didn't do the weed eating, but I don't have much weed eating. So it looks pretty good. The yard looks pretty good. Neighbors were out of town for a week, and I was bringing in their mail. So the reason I'm running a little late was they messaged me right before I was coming up and said, hey, we're on the way home. So I went over and just made sure that their mail was presented in a nice fashion so that they were able to get it all. Gosh, I got to tell you, I love living where I live. Neighbors that are all awesome. It's fucking great. It's great. I love it. We went to my wife's grandfather's today. A bunch of her family was in, and so we hung out there for a while. My son was an absolute maniac. He ran in front of a game of cornhole, which I assume most of you know what cornhole is. It's like beanbag toss is what you layman's might call it. But it's like heavy beanbags, and he ran in front of one and got whacked in the side of the head, which it's not that it hurt him that much, but they're dusty. So I think he got a little dust in his eyes. So he was a little bummed out about that for a while, but we got that taken care of. He's fine on that end. And today he was really big into playing pranks. Now, just between me and you, I'm not so sure how good these pranks are. The pranks would be things like, there's something behind that cloud. And you'd be like, what? And he'd be like, a bird. And you'd be like, oh, I don't see it. And he'd be like, I pranked you. It's like, But he did have one that was hilarious. It was very funny. Maybe I don't know, maybe I'm too immature. That's why the joke was funny to me. And I know it wasn't funny for the reason he intended, but we're driving home. It's late. It's dark out. And my son's like, there's a cop chasing us. And my wife just looks at me and she's like, did you fart? I'm like, no, I didn't fart. And she looks at my son and is like, did you fart? And he's like, no, but there's a cop chasing us. And I was like, I don't think so. And he's like, yeah, the car behind us is a cop. And I was like, I don't think so. And then he looks at mom and he's like, I was just pranking you. And my wife's like, oh, really? And he goes, there was no cop, and I farted. That's quite the meta joke. I know he didn't know that it was a joke, that it was a twofold prank. He did fart, and it wasn't a cop chasing us. So there you go. I was very impressed. I'm like, good stuff, Hank. That's quite the prank. So it was good. So anyways, that's why I'm a little late. Planned on reviewing Andrew Wilson's debate, but I think I'll wait for a night where he's not doing a TikTok invasion to do that. Is my thoughts on that. So we'll talk about other stuff tonight. But yeah, I mean, man, what a day. Good day. I'm a little sleepy. Also, tomorrow's a big day for me. I don't know how many of you will care about this, but tomorrow will be my first official mass of my life. So that's going to be 9 o'clock sharp. We'll be attending mass at the church, the Catholic church, where my son goes to school. So I think it's very important, one, that I start going to church. I've been a bad Christian for a long time. And I know if your jam's not Catholicism, that's fine by me. You could yell at me and say I'm wrong. Okay, whatever. Uh, but I'm excited. So I'll probably end the show before like 5 a.m. so I could get a little bit of sleep. So I can make it to church tomorrow. I think that's important. Naughty Germ, thank you so much for the $5. Always appreciated, man. How long, Nate? $10. Says card turned back on so I can contribute today. Thanks, Nate. Thank you so much. So I don't know how many people we'll have in the audience tonight. Yeah, James, no problem, man. See, Calvary Chapel's better. Teach verse by verse, maybe. Yeah, the Wick debate, I think, the little I've seen of it, it's a joke. But I'll try to enter it with fresh eyes when I do review it and give my honest opinion on the whole situation. But, I don't. It's fucking Wick. What do you expect? This string in my shorts is bothering me. It's too damn long. So, there. Tie it up a little, loop it. How long, Nate? $10 says I can join you on the stream later. Play Buddy Rob wants to talk. Thanks. So let's talk about something unrelated to politics for a minute. Maybe related to culture. It's related a little bit to culture. Let's see what you think about this. This is something I thought of today. When I mow, I like to listen to music. So I have little cheapo wireless earbuds that I put in. And for me, I have Spotify. My wife likes it more than I do. I don't use it a lot, but when I'm mowing, I like to listen to Spotify playlists because I don't really want to be messing with the, YouTube or something else. And I always listen to like a classic country playlist. It's like Hank Williams Jr. or Merle Haggard or Willie Nelson, like stuff like that. That's what these playlists play, right? So I'm listening to my classic country playlist, and I realized something about myself. So, Jess Jill, thanks. I'll get to super chats here in a second. I swear. Thank you, Jess Jill. Thank you, Nate. We'll get him now. Why not? Before I start this story. How long, Nate? $5. Thank you so much. Says, I also am a horrible Christian. No churches to visit on the road. Yeah, I would have said that my Christian journey would be, I deeply wanted to be religious from the ages of like 8 to 16. Then I got disenfranchised with the church and basically became an atheist for about 4 years. And then basically became, I don't even know if agnostic's the right word, just didn't care for years after that. And then probably a little before or around the time that I started dating my now wife, I probably would have said that I believed that the best way to live your life was through Christ, and became a Christian at some point. But I haven't been to church since I was 16. I've been to a church, like a funeral or a wedding, but I haven't actually attended a church service of my own volition since I was probably 16 years old. So it'll be 25 years. But I plan on attending weekly, so. Jess Gerald, $35.70. Damn. Thank you, Jess Gerald. So did someone say give Rob money? Yes. Someone said that, I'm pretty sure. Josh Daly says, allegedly, and I stress allegedly, I hear Rob mows the lawn with no shirt on, getting ready to beat Buff Rob. Already getting those forearms jacked. Abe, that's funny. I'll talk about that here in a minute, Abe. I was going to ask you about, I didn't know you were, I saw that a fatality happened, but I didn't know it was you. So, anyways, my country music story. So I listen to this country music stuff, and let's backtrack for a minute. I think that a lot of people listen to music because it speaks to them. It's the same with watching movies, maybe even to a lesser degree playing video games, or maybe people that are really into art like paintings or sculptures. I don't know. I can appreciate a good painting, but I don't think I'm the target audience. I'm sort of just a redneck. But music hits me, right? And I think part of it is sort of a feeling that it gives you, almost like an escapism, right? And don't worry, I'm not going to get too deep here. So, like, one of the bands I like, Ween. Ween was a band that taught me that the lyrics don't even have to make sense. It's more about the feeling that they're giving you. So if you literally read some of the lyrics to Ween songs, you're like, yeah, that makes no sense. But then it's like, oh, but I get the vibe they were going for, like what the feeling was. These words are all fitting in with the music to make you feel a certain way, even if the words don't. Thanks, Guam Tech. I promise I'll read the chat here in a minute, but I'm gonna finish this story. Damn it. So for me, I think that a lot of people, even with the lyrics, then the direct meaning of the lyrics, I think people view it kind of like escapism, like a movie, right? So it's like, you correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's a lot of people that listen to rap music and they're like, yeah, I'm badass. I'm badass too, man. I smoke a bunch of weed. I fucking, I ain't taking no shit. People come for me, my homies. I'll whoop their ass. I don't know. If you couldn't tell, I'm not really from the streets, but I think there's a lot of that, right? I think. Or like classic rock music, like, yeah, man, fucking, you know, wildly popular, hooking up with chicks, partying all the time, woo! But it's always this like hedonistic appeal, or this larger than life, like badass appeal. All right, now keep that in mind. So once more, I'm mowing today, and I'm listening to my classic country mix on Spotify, and I'm hearing songs like, oh, I'm proud to be an Okie from Muskogee. And I'm hearing, if that ain't country, I'll kiss your ass, and shit like that. Right? And I'm thinking to myself as I'm mowing, like, yeah, fuck yeah, man. Yeah. That's my life. But then I had to be honest with myself, and I'm like, wait a minute. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not. It's really not. I love David Allan Coe, one of my all-time favorites. George Jones, another great one. Adam Price, you're killing it here, man. Great taste in music. But that's not my life. I fancy myself a redneck, but if I'm honest with you, I'm a real shitty one. I really am. So when I listen to David Allan Coe, you gotta be careful what version of that song you play, because he does drop a bad, naughty word in one of them. But he's talking about his dad working, having a tin roof, all the problems with his life, being the big redneck in town, but everybody coming to visit his dad when they needed work on their car, even though people looked down to him, having a bunch of junk cars in the yard, busting their ass every day to basically have nothing. That's not me. I grew up somewhat poor, but it wasn't like that. And I thought, as I was going, it's weird how I lie to myself. It's weird how in the middle of listening to these songs, I'm like, yeah, fuck yeah, that's me. But then I realized it's not that. I think that I'm doing the same thing that other people do with escapism. I think I'm doing what the guy that listens to Biggie or Warren G singing Regulate, and it's like, yeah, fuck yeah, man. Or that listens to, Kiss. Like listening to Love Gun or something, like, yeah, hooking up with chicks. And what I came to realize is I don't know if I'm weird or what, but my idealistic vision of what a person should be is that country song. That's it. To me, that's the idealized version of me. The me that I'll never be, but that's it. I'm not looking up to the fucking, the gangster rap. Like, yeah, that guy's a badass gangster and he's selling weed and he's hooking up with a bunch of chicks. Or the rock star that has stories like that. I look up to the guy like Okie from Muskogee. We don't smoke marijuana in Muskogee. Like, that's the shit I'm looking up to. Like, yeah, that's it. That's the best way to live your life. And I'll never do it. And I know I'm lazy. I'll never be that fucking hog farmer. But I just thought, that's so weird. I wonder if there are other people out there in life like that. That's it. That's what speaks to me. Even though it ain't me. It's not me. Just like if you like, and by the way, you like whatever style music you want. I don't give a shit. But like there are people that listen to gangster rap. They ain't fucking hardcore gangsters. But that's it. That's me. Hank Williams speaking to me. David Allan Coe speaking to me. It's a weird feeling. It's just like, oh yeah. That isn't who I am, but that's maybe who I would want to be. Jerry Reed, another one of my all-time favorites. Adam, you're killing it, man. You're not my brother-in-law using a different name. He's every time my brother-in-law, he works on show trucks, tractor trailers. He's fucking a wizard with it. He works on these trucks and wins awards all over the country. Cool ass dude. And every time he comes back up, we have a couple drinks. Like, that's what we're listening to, Adam Price. George Jones, David Allan Coe, Jerry Reed's one of his favorites, too. So, man. But, yeah, that's it. So that was it. Another thing I think is interesting about old country music, and I think it's a little bit different. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't listen to enough music. But at least music today, I don't know that this is necessarily true. Like, it blows my mind. If you listen to, like, old classic country, like, circa, like, 1970 up to maybe, like, 82, right? Hell, maybe even a little earlier than that. Maybe talking, like, going back into some of the 60s. Isn't it amazing how much adulation they have for the country stars that came before them? Like, you could probably find 100 awesome classic country songs about Hank Williams Sr., and not just from Hank Williams Jr. In fact, only a small fraction. I don't think Hank did it this way. Right? Like, imagine the reverence that entire generation of musicians had. Like, hot damn, this guy paved the way from us. And they just constantly. And it's not just him. Johnny Cash, Willie Nelson. Right? How many songs are talking about Willie or talking about Johnny? Charlie Pride, another great one, Ashton. It's really amazing, like the reverence that they had for the people that came before them. Even people that I think of as like on par with them, like David Allan Coe. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna get demonetized. I feel like playing some music. We'll play David Allan Coe song I like. It's a short one. I don't think this one could get me in trouble as far as the words. I'm probably about to get my channel banned. But this is a David Allan Coe song I like. No, I don't know that it's one of my top 3 of his, but it's up there. It's a good song. Whoop! Wrong. There we go. We'll see if anyone knows this song. I'll try to commentate so I don't get in trouble. This is like a young David Allan Coe. singing about starting into the business, right?
Well, I was thumbing from Montgomery. I had my guitar on my back.
There's a lot of that too. Like old country's got a lot of this, like, I'm busting my ass. I'm going show to show, right? It's kind of like, it's very interesting, right? A lot about talking about how difficult life on the road is, or like how hedonistic life on the road is, and they're sort of ashamed by it, right? Talking about their ladies leaving them because they screwed up on the road, shit like that. Yeah, Adam Price knows the song The Ride.
When a stranger stopped beside me in an antique Cadillac. He was dressed like 1950, half drunk and hollow-eyed. He said, it's a long walk to Nashville, would you like to ride?
That's interesting, as you'll see with the twist at the end of the song. Half drunk, right? So it's not speaking, it's giving a little bit of downside there, right? But the idea is he's struggling, right? So he's trying to get to Nashville, which he's going to try to make his break. Now, speaks to me just a little, because I know a lot of musicians. Well, not a lot. I probably know a dozen or so musicians, most of which I think were pretty good, but never did get a big break. But I was there. I traveled with the band. We went to Nashville. We went to New Orleans. We tried to make it big. Well, not me. I was just roadieing, but Adam Price is just like, and John Striva is giving every lyric here before we get there. It's all right.
Well, I sat down in the front seat. He turned on the radio, and them sad old songs coming out of them speakers was solid country gold.
He's even there, right? What he's saying is like, shit, the way things used to be. This is what inspired me to do what I'm doing. I'm only talking so much here because I'm making it clear that I'm adding to the content of the music, right? But you'll get the point here in a second.
Then I noticed the stranger was ghost white pale when he asked me for a light. And I knew there was something strange about this ride. He said, Drifter, can you make folks cry when you play and sing? Have you paid your dues? Can you moan the blues? Can you bend them guitar strings? He said, boy, can you make folks feel what you feel inside? Cause if you're big star bound, let me warn you, it's a long, hard ride.
And it's very cool too, that, right, like the idea, and I think he's right? That sort of goes along with what I'm saying here. The idea is like the feeling that's inspired. And I think that's what's up. There are certainly people that are technically fantastic vocalists, fantastic guitar players, but are they capable of making it big? Are they capable of connecting to people? Not always. So he's talking about like he had this connection to 1950s country. He looks over, this dude that picks him up, he's like, something's fucking off with this guy, right? And then the guy starts giving him advice about heading into Nashville. He's like, can you play the guitar? Can you bend them strings? Can you make people feel what you feel inside? Because if you do, it's going to be a long, hard ride. All right, here we go. It's David Allan Coe.
Then he cried just south of Nashville, and he turned that car around. He said, this is where you get off, boy, because I'm going back to Alabama. As I stepped out of that Cadillac, I said, Mister, many thanks. He said, you don't have to call me Mister. The whole world called me Hank. He said,
you see, that's the point. Hank. Who happens to be my son's name. What a fucking badass. Think of that. Hank Williams was so inspirational to an entire generation of musicians. Not only is he brought up as their seminal inspiration in literally hundreds of songs, but he has a name like Hank. And it's ubiquitous. You know who Hank is. Maybe you don't now, but that generation knew who Hank was. It's not like Elvis or Madonna, right? Or Cher, which are a little bit more unusual names. He was Hank. And that was it. Where I live, if you say Hank, people are like, who's Hank? And you're like, oh. And they're like, you mean the original or Junior? That's it. Everybody knows that. But it's just it's a weird thing about country music, classic country. Now, I don't think this current generation of country, there are people I like, man. I don't even know if I would call the ones I like country. Sturgill Simpson, Tyler Childers. There's another one my wife's always playing. It's very good. It's got a deep voice. But sort of that reverence to a way of life, I don't see a lot of it anymore. It's there. Like, you hear Toby Keith, it's like, all right, but it didn't connect to me. Not talking shit to anyone that likes Toby Keith. Rest his soul. But man, that always, every time I listen to classic country, I think about that. I'm like, damn, imagine. It's same with Willie. Willie Nelson be doing like some of these classic country. He's just appearing on every song. You just hear some guy singing, Now my woman left me, and now I'm stranded on the side of the road. Tell him, Willie. And there's Willie. Willie's just in the middle of this song. You're like, damn, Willie was getting around, man. Willie Nelson seemed like the type of dude that was like really into music and the camaraderie and the community. I mean, he's just showing up on albums. Yeah, sure, I'll sing a song with you. I have no idea, like, the financial situation, if he's getting paid to be part of these songs. But in my head, the headcanon I have without ever researching it is, well, it's just like, sure, friend, I'll show up. I'll show up in the studio that day, record some shit for you. Billy Strings, there's another one. Yeah. That's a great artist. It's around to one of my best friends is a Billy Strings fanatic. So, there you have it. I'll never be a long-haired redneck. I don't know that I'm a country boy that can survive. Maybe I'm not country, so you can kiss my ass. But that's style music I like. And not just the style music I like, that's the way of life that I, in my head, find to be desirable. There you have it. My weird mowing the grass thinking about music today. All right, Nico Pluto, you absolute legend, $50. Thank you so much, friend. Really appreciate it. Amazing. Blasterbot, Tree 57. So Rob, go to bed before 3 a.m. Almost 4 a.m. 3:57 a.m. Thank you. How long, Nate? $5 says classic country, even up to the early 80s. Talk a lot about stoicism. Yes, I like some of that 80s country too. And Guam Tech, shameless plug for the Indian Jesus conversation. Thanks, Guam Tech. It's funny. You will do one. And Vita, $5 says, if you haven't seen it, watch Rob dogwalk that effigy dude yesterday night in Verbal Combat. There's a reason you lefties run from the buzzsaw Rob Noor. Come on, you want to listen to that? Let's do it. Why not? I was going to review the Andrew Wilson debate, but since he's doing the TikTok invasion, maybe I'll not do that tonight. We'll save that for tomorrow or some other evening. Let's see. Yeah, let's find that Verbal Combat clip. I agree. I thought that was a good example of debate skill. I don't know what this is. 10 minutes long, shall we? All right. So they put me one-on-one with this guy in this little Speakeasy's panel here. Speakeasy's Verbal Combat. He's a good guy. All right. When it comes to things like due process free speech from illegal immigrants to U.S. citizens, do you concede that? But they pull in students. Yeah, a U.S. citizen
Just wait,
suffered in this matter. Their arms have to have.
We'll wait until
You'll see. Speakeasy's
like that. Illegal immigrants should have the same due process as citizens.
I say no. I say they shouldn't have and be entitled to the same due process. the easiest rationale as to why is the Supreme Court's ruled that a deportation is not a punishment. And so the due process that me and Effigy would get when it came to being held accountable for free speech is going to be vastly different, because presumably that would be some sort of civil penalty, some sort of banning us from some sort of speech, right? But the punishment that they're getting for this isn't a punishment at all, according to the court. They can be deported. And by the way, that's the way it ought to be. We should not be required for visitors of this country to say that they could come in and say a bunch of violent, hateful shit that is disparaging of our country. We should be allowed to say, no, we don't want you here. You're a visitor.
So, Effigy, do you agree with this or disagree with this?
Which specific claim?
That they shouldn't have the same due process as the citizens.
It'll get started here in a minute.
Illegal immigrants.
I mean, I think everyone should have due process.
That's not the question. Should they have the same? Due process
differs between citizens as well.
But not really.
Sure.
Not really on a case-by-case basis. You're right that it differs on citizens based on the type of
if you're
charge
saying
being
due
offered.
process equals we caught you, we say you're illegal, we can put you on a plane and send you out of the country, that I don't think that's due process at all.
Well,
I think due process should involve someone's scared moment. If you do
Let's
not
get
have
to the
due
topic.
citizen,
Well,
if they just walk, when do you ever?
That this is not the same thing, right? That saying, sure, that's agree with that. I don't think that's what's happening, bud.
Right.
That's not true.
This one, right?
Okay.
Can actually get a top. Do you guys on this topic?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with that. We could go with this, right? Like whether or not this occurred in the way that he's saying, that we brought people back because we didn't afford them. We just said, fuck you, you're an illegal, and gave them the boot and didn't give them a chance to have anything heard. That's fine.
Right,
or we could go, I mean, the original topic was sort
get
of federal rights versus state rights. I'm fine with that too. Whatever FG wants to do, I don't give
Yeah,
a shit.
we
I'll
can
talk
go
about
with the
anything.
original prompt. But
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll do that, and then
There you go.
people
So you
can
see-
extend it. You guys can go from there.
So the idea is, I think this is supposed to be around 8 to 10 minutes. So watch if you can see strategically some of the things. So the topic, I forget the actual topic, but the way I worded it there was just like sort of federal rights versus state rights. Now, I'll tell you right now, I think, well, let's just play some of it.
So chat, just a reminder.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking as it's going on.
It starts off. We also had a 10 on PayPal here to add another minute. So it starts off at 6 minutes. All right, chat. If you guys want it to go longer, it's 10 to add a minute. It is 60 to be the solo judge. And if we don't get the solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
As a Christian, I think my soul probably means more to me than it does to you, FG, but no, that's fine. So I'm assuming you're on the position of more federal oversight of the nation, better than decentralized power to the states.
Yeah. Basically, the crux of the argument, I mean, just look in the country's history, for egregious violations of people who are living in those states, only the federal government could tell states to fucking stop, basically.
So I agree that there needs to be a framework for the powers outlined in the Constitution for the federal government to have oversight over. These would include things like murder, other things like that, that it's implied or specifically said that people are entitled to life, liberty, etc. But when it comes to things not
Is
specific,
that you conceding the prompt? Then?
no, it's not me conceding. That's it. That's where FG should have hit me. FG should have argued semantics, or he could have boned up on why federal authority is better than state authority in general. But the best argument, if I was arguing FSG's side, I forget the exact wording of the prompt, but I would have said, look, any concession that the federal government should be the end-all be-all should imply that I win the prompt. That's the way the prompt's written. That's what FSG should have done. And I was like, here we go, a semantic argument, which is fine. I could have debated, but I thought that's going to be this dude's best way to win, because I was pretty confident if he let me sort of talk about why I think in those non-limited to expressly the federal government powers that we talked about already, the power to print and coin money, immigration, have a military, murder being wrong, etc., that I could win that states' rights are better in those issues. So you'll see that immediately I am like, let's move away from the semantic argument in the topic I taught. Prompt. Okay. It's that federal oversight is implied through our Constitution in a limited amount of things: immigration, print and coin money, etc. Only a fool would say that wouldn't be the case, that we should have all states.
Supreme law of the land is also in the Constitution.
Nonetheless, the point is the Constitution expressly says, right,
says
expressly,
land.
That's right. The question is, should it be the supreme law of the land in all cases? Or should we adhere to what the Constitution says in the 10th Amendment and says if it's not expressly outlined in the Constitution, it should be the purview of the states? I say the latter. So, you see, what I'm doing is hedging back against the semantic argument. So I'm trying to lay the groundwork before he really makes his argument, right? Because I'm confident if once we get to the issue that I'll win. So I think that this is his best ground. So I'm trying to convince him. This is what I would call a framework argument. Framework means, like, as an audience or as a judge, this is how you should evaluate the debate, or this is what we should be talking about within the confines of this debate. Those are sort of framework arguments. So this is a framework argument that I'm making here. Look, I interpret the prompt to mean X. That's what I'm saying. And he's going to try to interpret the prompt to be more favorable to his argument. And so I'm saying, listen, of course, we all agree the Supreme Court should be the supreme law of the land when it comes to things like immigration, military conflicts, printing and coining money. But should it be on the rest of the things? I say no. I think that we should stand by the 10th Amendment. It's almost as if through the framework argument, I did something very clever. Because I phrase it as, I think we should do what the Constitution says in the 10th Amendment, which is leave those powers up to the state. In effect, I just got him to argue by agreeing to that against the status quo. Right? So now he has to argue from the position of affirming change, because I've got him to admit that basically the Constitution as written that we should embrace says that we should prefer state power to federal power in all instances other than the few that we've talked about. And I will then go further to say, this is why I think my interpretation of the prompt is correct. That framework makes it easier for me to win the debate. Say that that's the way it should be.
That's not saying what you're saying, though. Like,
of course,
if you're talking about a decentralized system, no, you're talking about the what you would call it before the Constitution, the Articles of Confederation. That's a confederacy of states would be, right, or decentralized.
That's
federal
not
government
true.
is not in any way decentralized.
All of these things are thresholds, right? All of these things are that you could make the argument that we have completely zero federal power or completely zero state power. Are you implying that there should be completely zero state power?
No.
Much like I'm not saying that there should be completely zero federal power. I'm saying that the prompt to me suggests that we should err more on the side of local and state power than federal power. Yes, we'll both agree that there are areas, seeing as how neither of us are adapting the extreme on either end of this position. I think that my argument is that it should be more towards the state power on most rights holds true. Other than things that we should both concede that it would just make sense, like a military, that should be ran by the federal government. Printing and coining money, that should be ran by the federal government. Immigration, who's allowed in, that should be ran by the federal government. But most everything that's not expressly outlined in the Constitution should be up to the state government. And will you concede that we have run afoul of that? That state governments have less power today probably than the framers of the Constitution envisioned?
I mean,
So I set the framework question, and then I say, this is what the prompt means to me. And given that, don't you think that the Constitution isn't being followed as written? And what happens is he sort of gives up on the framework. Well, this is what the topic says. Watch.
I don't often compare with what the framers of the Constitution envisioned, because they were living in a different world and had completely different morals.
Okay, then let's ask this. Would you say that the federal government has much more power than the state governments in areas other than those areas we're setting aside? Printing and coining money, murder's illegal, whatever, immigration, etc. Other than that, on almost all other issues, the federal government has much more authority than state governments.
And it used to, sure, yeah. And
Okay.
then state government, sure.
All right. See how we've moved around. Now we're 2 minutes and 50 seconds in, and I think that he's already conceded his best argument, which is, look, the way the prompt's specifically written, you have to argue that states should have authority over the federal government and not vice versa. And I got him to change that to no. I think we could agree that when it comes to the things expressly said in the Constitution, like the power to declare war, immigration, print and coin money, etc., federal government should be the supreme law of the land. However, to me, the prompt's about the rest of those issues. So it took me about 2 minutes and 50 seconds to get that concession. So, okay, good. Now I'm confident. Now I'm ready to set the trap, and I have a strategy in my mind. I'm assuming from prior interactions I've had with Effigy, I'm assuming that he's left-winger, and I make some assumptions about some of the policies that he probably believes in, such as he probably believes in marijuana legalization. So you'll see I get to there shortly.
Sure, yeah.
I think that's bad. I think that we should go to it. We should move away from that and get more towards a federalist system.
I think it's kind of necessary, though, right? It's what's kind of kept us going, because most of our states can barely run their own budgets and have to get money from the other states.
Okay, so a couple things. First, the easiest example to look at that is something as simple as drug laws. Do you think, your opinion real quick first, do you think marijuana should be legal or illegal?
Legal.
Now, I like Effigy, though, because he's, on one hand, I think if I had to give advice to Effigy, what he needs to do is perceptually see how he's leaving me totally control the flow of this. He's responding every time. Not being polite, I'm giving him time to respond. And you could still win a debate being the person not driving the direction of the debate, but it's more difficult because he's allowing me to sort of pick and choose the area. Why should we have to talk merely about drug legalization? I'd be like, fine, we go down this road, but then I would like to go down a road. That's something I would say if I was Effigy, but he lets me control the direction of it. But that's not why I like Effigy. The reason I like talking to him is he's giving straightforward answers, even if I would disagree with him. Do you know how many people I'd debate and be like, do you agree with drug legalization? What do you mean about drugs? Marijuana. Well, it depends on what you mean by marijuana. When you say legalization, what are you talking about? And blah, 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 blah. And I don't see what this has to do with the topic and blah, 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 blah. And we just waste 4 fucking minutes. Right? Effigy's answering. And it's how I try to debate as well. I try to give straightforward opinions and answers, and then let the chips fall where they may. Answer from what you authentically believe. But it's very important for me here in setting this. It's not really setting a trap, but in my head, I already see where the debate's going to go, right? I'm like, okay, if I get him to admit that he wants to see drug legalization of like marijuana, then I could look at a state like Colorado and I could say, don't you prefer that they've legalized it there? Which, do you think the federal government has the right? And then once he starts hemming and hawing about that, I take the debate in a different direction. And I already had thought of all of this. This was the other argument that I was going to do is he was going to make some sort of rights argument. He was going to say that the reason this is different is that the federal government doesn't have the right to tell you what you could put in your body. Sort of a libertarian argument. So you'll see me immediately start to push back before he makes that argument against that suggestion, right? Because right now, if he agrees that marijuana should be legalized, he's in it what I would call a double bind. He either has to say, well, one, you're right, the state of Colorado should have the right to do that. Or second, no, the state of Colorado is fucking up by legalizing marijuana. They shouldn't be allowed. And he ain't going to want to do that. Right? So the other thing that I'm planning is to get out of this libertarian-esque argument, right, is to start to push back on the idea of the government doesn't have the right to say that something, you can't put something in your body. Like harder drugs, he admits, yes, they can tell you harder drugs. Okay, I got you then. Now it's just a threshold argument. Now, once it's a threshold argument, step 3 is to say, who gets to pick that threshold? Now, what I mean by threshold argument is this. If we're both agreeing that sometimes you should be allowed to put what you want in your body and the state shouldn't have control over that, and sometimes there are things that we think is harmful enough to people that the state should be allowed to tell you that you can't put it into your body. Once we've both agreed with that, now it's just, but how far along that scale do we think that line should be set? For example, I might say cigarettes should be illegal, alcohol should be illegal, but you should be allowed to eat a greasy cheeseburger. He might say that's absurd. You should have the right to have a cigarette. You should have the right to alcohol. You should have the right to marijuana. But you shouldn't have the right to heroin. You see? So it's a threshold argument. Other people might disagree. They might set that boundary in different places. Then the question becomes, who best to determine where that threshold is? And that's a very difficult position for him to be in once we get to that part of the debate. Because if I asked you, who best to determine whether or not a particular substance should be legal, after thinking about it a while, you might come to some sort of conclusion like this. Well, each community. The more localized you are, the better you are understanding your particular community. So, the way I'll get there, instead of saying states' rights, because he's going to have a bias because he knows what the topic is. So say something that illustrates the same point, but take out the obviousness of it from the topic. What about the UK? Does the UK have the right to say that alcohol is illegal? Hims and haws, eventually, sure. Okay. We in the United States shouldn't tell them, who the hell are you to say alcohol is illegal, right? No, of course not. They're their own country. They know what's best for their people. Their people could vote on it. Great. Then why shouldn't we do the same with states? That's the argument. And you'll see it works perfectly. That, once I got by this threshold argument, that's what I'm thinking. Those are the steps I'm thinking in my head. Step one, make it hyper-focused on an issue that everyone understands. States' rights, marijuana legalization. Great. Step two, get him to admit that he wants to see marijuana legalized. Step three, ask him if that means that he's against Colorado or if he favors them. Step four, get out of the libertarian argument by getting him to admit that he's for making certain drugs illegal. So he can't claim that it would be against human rights to say that someone can't put something in their body. Step five, illustrate through using something off topic seemingly that it's best to leave local populations make these threshold arguments in the form of the UK government. Step six, argue that's why states should be better. That's it. So that's my thought process of what I was thinking about once the topic was determined and about a minute and a half into the opening statement here. You think the state should have the right to decide that or the federal government?
Federal government. Yeah.
Okay.
Equal protection.
Okay.
I don't think someone in one state should be able to smoke a joint while the person in the next state is getting a 3 strikes 40-year sentence over a joint.
Okay, so that would imply that the state should not have the right to say anything's illegal, but it should only be the purview of the federal government. So, for example, pornography. If one state says, hey, we don't want pornography in this state, you would say, nope,
No,
it shouldn't be up to them. It should only be up to the federal government.
Just because there's one thing, right? There are federal laws, there are state laws, there are local laws.
Right, but you just said when it comes to a law that one of the quintessential we see of federalist laws, right, when it comes to legalization of marijuana, that the state should not be allowed to decide. So just to be clear, right now it's considered illegal by the federal government. So you think that Colorado is wrong when they've legalized it? You think that should be beyond their power? It's a pretty simple question.
No.
He's lost the debate. That's it. That's the end of the debate right there. At 4 minutes, 17 seconds. Right? He lost the debate in two ways right there. One, perceptually, by pausing for so long, it helps illustrate to the audience, oh shit, here's an argument that he can't deal with. So perceptually, it's very bad for him here. And the other thing is, it puts himself in a situation where he has to admit, no, actually, in this case that we're talking about right now, states' rights are better. And that he's just changed his opinion. It took me about 1 minute to get him from saying, nope, when it comes to marijuana laws, the federal government should get to determine it, not each state. And then once I showed him, yes, but the federal government's determined it in a way you don't like, and the state of Colorado's determined it in a way you do like. But you're still willing to say that Colorado's wrong? He says no. So he's changed his opinion. So in two ways, he's lost it. 3 ways. One, he's admitted that when it comes to marijuana laws, best left up to the state. Second, he has done a 180 on his position within 1 minute. And third, stylistically, that much of a pause helps highlight the fact that the audience is like, wait, what? Right? So it's like shining a spotlight on, uh-oh, this argument's important. So if you go back just 5 seconds, you can see this. Here, right now, it's considered illegal by the federal government. So you think that Colorado is wrong when they've legalized it? You think that should be beyond their power. So look at how long it takes them. I think that Colorado is wrong when they've legalized it. Okay, 413. So watch how long it takes them to answer. You think that should be beyond their power? That's a pretty simple question.
No.
Okay, so then takes about 10 seconds to say no, yeah, no. Conceding, at least in this one issue, that you favor the state having the right to decide this.
I think there are certain things that the states, are going to like push the federal government to move on for sure. And there's definitely gray area. So I guess, yeah, that is a little bit of a gray area in my own thinking right there.
Okay, so but the point is, you said previously that you thought that what it seems like to me, you can correct me if I'm wrong, is you want the federal government to say it's legal, and therefore each state should not have the right to say that it's illegal. But when the inverse is suggested, because your personal opinion is it should be legal, when the inverse is suggested, you're like, no, I'm cool with the state having their voice heard. It seems to me you're picking and choosing based on what you want the outcome to be. If the states favor what you want done, then you say, sure, give the states a voice. But if the federal government favors, then you say, yes, the federal should have supremacy.
To me, it comes down to the states abusing the citizens, though.
So now, you see, so it looks very poor perceptually for him now. Now he tries to reframe. It's about the states abusing the citizens. Now this is where I'm like, oh, he's going to make a rights claim. In other words, it would be abuse of the citizens to not allow them to imbibe marijuana. Okay, so now I need to get him to admit, no, it's not abuse of citizens to tell them that there are certain laws of certain substances you can't take. So that's the next step. What does that mean?
Or the federal government abusing the citizens. Like, I think each one, and that's why we have the power dynamic, right? So that one doesn't completely supersede the other in all cases. That's why I agree with you earlier on the 10th Amendment. So, like,
right. So I would think that
the big deal is that each of the states, if left to their own devices, will find ways to there's already a buttress to the federal government's power, and that's that the states have the disparate power. Okay, but if we don't allow the federal government to have power, then the states could do the exact same thing, right?
Okay, let's do this real quick. Do you believe that you're not a total like ANCAP or libertarian, right? You think, let's just take substances.
Not libertarian at all.
Okay, so let's just take substances when that's on. Do you think that there are any drugs that should be illegal?
Sure.
Okay, so can we just say hypothetically like meth or heroin? I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So both of us agree that there's some level of drug that we would say, even if we think there's marijuana doesn't meet that level, there's some level of drug. Okay. Do you think, though, that it should be allowed for a country around the world to say that some substance is legal and some substance isn't? For example, let's just take, if the UK hypothetically says, you know what, we think alcohol should be illegal. Do you think that should be okay? Or is that a violation of people's rights for them to say that?
I think it's harder to make arguments against libations that don't do like direct harm.
Right, but you've already conceded the threshold that there are sort of substances that the state has the right to say are illegal. So any claims of like, look, the state doesn't have the right to say you not imbibe this substance, that goes out the window. You already conceded that, right? Now it's just a threshold argument. Well, what level? And so if another state, if the UK wants to say, hey, we think alcohol should be illegal, why shouldn't they be allowed to say that? I don't think the United States should say that's a human rights violation. You can't say that. Of course they should be allowed. You disagree?
I don't know. Anybody's saying that there's a human rights violation.
Well, it would be a rights violation,
and the rights comes when like putting people in jail for doing it, right?
Right. Well, that would imply if it's illegal. So they put people in jail for drinking alcohol. By the way, that used to happen in our country.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that that's a violation if they lock someone up for alcohol?
Sure. It was a larger immorality than the immorality they were trying to fix.
But you see the problem here, right? He's saying that it's a violation of someone's rights to lock them up for consuming alcohol. The implication being you have the right to do what you want with your body, and so they shouldn't be allowed to lock you up for it. But you'll see he's already conceded that's not the case. Not if they lock them up for heroin.
No, I don't think so, no.
What's the difference?
Heroin does direct harm, is immediately addictive. There's
so cigarettes. Should cigarettes be illegal? You see, you can't give a real good reason. It's just a threshold argument. But that means you're not.
Yeah, it's obviously a threshold argument.
Right.
Yeah.
But then so who then gets to decide these thresholds? right? That's what I'm getting at.
It's
You're
all
not
just moral
saying,
norms.
no,
There's no hard moral argument for it
that's
until
true.
you get to
That's
the direct
exactly
harm. That's why the harder drugs make an easier argument, because
exactly
it's
the
more
point I'm
direct
making.
moral argument.
It's not this like cut and dry black and white thing. It's a threshold argument. So then my question becomes, who should get to decide that threshold? If another country decides the threshold's in a different place in the United States, shouldn't they have the right to do that?
When did I say that the other countries couldn't do things outside of the United
I
States?
did.
I don't know.
You implied. You said that if the UK locks people up for alcohol, that would be violating those people's rights. The point I'm trying to get to is, I think that if you were honest, you would probably say this. You'd say, you know what? The people of each country should vote to make their feelings heard on when that threshold should be. Wouldn't you agree?
Sure.
And that would imply that the local people would have more of an idea of what their culture wanted than people around the world, right? My argument would be that's the exact same rationale as to why states should decide these things as opposed to the federal government. Let each state decide because they understand their own people and their own culture more, just like the people of the UK understand their own people and their own culture more than other countries around the world. Same rationale is why we should provide more local people making these decisions than federal people.
I'll let it get to 10 minutes.
And that's basically it. And now listen, I bring that up because, one, I'm looking for content tonight because Andrew's doing a TikTok invasion, so I'm not going to review his debate tonight. Maybe he's doing a TikTok invasion. What's going on? Is my internet crapping out? Hello? Huh. Hope I'm still here. Can you guys still see me? Because it looks like my YouTube's crashing out. We're good. Okay. Good. Okay. But the other reason is to sort of give you because people ask me a lot. That's a good, nice little 10-minute debate. People ask me like debate strategy and stuff like that. Like, it's hard to explain. I have to break down like an individual debate to tell you like what my strategy is. So that's sort of, my strategy is I'm always thinking, what is it that I want to, what is my final point? The closing statement that I'm going to make to the judge, to the audience. What is the closing statement? So the closing statement I want to make is, the way that we should decide this is issues outside the ones we agree the federal government should have control on. Would it be better left to state and local governments, to federal governments? And the easiest way to make that case is through drug legalization. And so my final statement is, it should be better left up to state and local people to decide the legality of these things rather than a federal government. Then I work backwards from there. How do I get there? Well, there's two sorts of things that I need to be doing. One, I need to win a framework argument that this is the issue that we should be looking at. This is how we should evaluate. Right? That's step one. Step two is I need to say, look, we both agree that the government has the right at points to tell you certain substances should be illegal. Then I want to say, shouldn't another country have the right to decide for themselves where that threshold is? Yes. Okay. Then that implies that each state would be better. That's it. That's how it's a little more difficult in a debate like that because the topic's just like that. That's not something that I planned for because we're given the topic as we start the debate. So you start talking your authentic feelings on the topic to start, but it takes me about 30 to 45 seconds to be like, that's it. That's where I'm going at the end of this. And I even think that I timed it well, knowing that it was going to be 6 to 8 minutes. I think that I timed it to where literally when we were coming back, I'm making my closing. So in case you had an idea, I wanted an idea because people ask me, what my process is and how I'm debating. That's sort of it. That's sort of in a nutshell what's going on. Now, obviously, it's difficult. It's different on different topics, etc. And it's like, the old Mike Tyson quote, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. Clearly, no one's punching each other in these debates. But your best laid plan, as soon as the other side's going to have a plan too, they're going to want to say, no, we don't think that's what the framework for the debate should be. No, I don't agree with you. And so oftentimes it gets messy. But you can see there, I think that I sound even better when I have an opponent that's good faith and is actually willing to engage instead of filibustering, speaking over you. So there you go, Vita. Thanks for the suggestion and the $5 donation. Really appreciate it. But yeah, that's where we were. Oh, let's try to get to 50% of our goal here, if you all don't mind. Now, did I miss any $20 donations before I begin? No. As you all know, a $20 donation on the channel gets the whip song. We have gone 1 hour and not heard that damn whip song so far tonight, which I have to admit, sort of a blessing. I'm sure my wife will be a big fan of that. So, but what I can do is, I think I could play another grifting song. Oh, before we do this, as far as the most recent Destiny allegations, go back and watch the opening to my show yesterday. I have no interest in talking about it anymore. That's it. That's all I have to say about it. I did talk about it yesterday. I understand there's stuff breaking on it. People are have differing opinions on it. To each their own. I find it boring. That's it. But ultimately, you guys can talk about what you want in the chat. That's perfectly reasonable, as long as it's within terms of service. Dan Devla says, you and your wife should both enjoy the whip song. It means you're getting paid. Yeah, that's true. That helps. But that doesn't mean I can't find it to be an annoyance. All right. By the way, thanks so much for that last night. No one is above the law. I am the law. What song should we play here just for a little grifting? Let's try to get to 50% of our goal, and I promise we'll move on with the show. We're talking about Vosh, so why not? A little Vosh tune for y'all. We'll be right back. Get those super chats in, 50% of the goal. Let's do it. Do it. If I could find the damn thing. No, that's not what I was looking for, but that's fine. There it is.
Right strings in on his high horse so tall, claims he's a savior, the voice for us all. But his saddle's loose, his reins are a lie, galloping words but no truth in his eye. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, naming loud justice but it's hollow in sound. He trots for the mares but the pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan. He wears a bridle of virtue so tight, but his hoof prints show where he's lost the fight. Spurs click sharp, yet his actions stay tame. A broken down steed in a hypocrite's game. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, making loud justice but it's hollow in sound. Trots for the mares but the pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan. his haystacks bare. He promises fields, but leaves dust in the air. Whinnies of wisdom, yet the barn doors creak. A hollow hoofbeat when the words that he speaks. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, making loud justice, but it's hollow in sound. He trots for the mares, but the pasture's a sham. Bosh the hypocrite, just a man with no plan.
Oh, I realized I had that instead of this. Oh no, that's all right. Oh, Shazzy says, great job on verbal combat. Thanks so much, Shazzy. And then gives $5 and says, towards the grift. Thank you. Yes, Shazzy, if I'm not mistaken, you're maybe a mod over there, right? But I know you're often over on the Verbal Combat show, Shazzy, from previous conversations. It's a great. I'll let you on a little secret. I would not have left last night, at least for a while. I would have stuck around a long time, but the problem is I wasn't getting any donations on my end, so we set it up where it was like, hey, if we keep getting donations, I'll stick around longer. And so I left hoping my audience would donate more and get me back over there, which it didn't really happen, but that's okay. Need a new song, Rob Noerr, the Griftinator. Maybe we'll do that tonight. How long, Nate? So thank you so much for the $5. So yeah, I would have went back on. It was just a matter of, Are We Not Men knows. He was here. He was saying, hey, time to go. Your audience isn't paying for you to stay here. So, So that's all that was going on. We're only 10% away from our 50% mark. We could do it. I know we could get there. I absolutely know it. That's funny. Yeah, shit. Well, but I'll say this. Unless I catch one of the verbal combats that are being done during the day, I don't know that I'll ever be able to stick around till like 5 a.m. Which is no offense to Speakeasy. I like them. I would certainly, maybe someday I'll block it out that I know I have nothing going on the next day and I could just sleep in. But I'm an old man. Once you get to 3 a.m. for me, I'm like, ugh. But I'd love to stick it out and get beaten. That's good. That would be good for someone to beat me in a one-on-one debate and give me the boot. VK Daytime starts September. All right. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. All right. 10% away from our goal. Then we'll move on to the next thing. Boom, boom, boom. I'll be honest. I don't know what the next thing is yet. Don't worry. I'll get there. There's things to talk about. That's funny. Oh. Cracker Barrel drama. Now, I'll be honest as we wait. Ashton, thanks so much. $2 says it's not much, but it's my tariff for the night. Tariff, you say? Tariff?
Tariff.
Thank you so much, Ashton. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the $2. Here's a debate I want to set up. I'm itching to do this. I want to debate Andrew Wilson, and I will be the affirmative. See what you all think about this. I want to debate Andrew Wilson and me be the affirmative. You ready? You ready for this? You ready for the topic that I want to debate him? And I think that I'm going to whoop his ass. You ready? Feminism is good for women. How about that? How long, Nate? Thank you, my friend, for the $10. We're close, only 7% away. I want to debate Andrew Wilson on feminism is good for women. What do you think? Now, full disclosure, I don't agree with that statement. I don't. No, it's not accelerationism either, promise you. I'm not going to tell you what my strategy is because Andrew's smart enough, if I ever have this debate with him, to look at what I would say. I disagree with the overall statement. I will say that. But I have an argument. Well, it's not that I'm being facetious. That's not the claim. I'm playing devil's advocate. It's not something that I believe. But I think I have an argument that's going to be tough to deal with. Oh, Jantix, thanks so much. I forgot you were a Pennsylvanian. Thank you for the $10. Says from one Pennsylvania to another, I can say. We appreciate you up. Thank you. No state I'd rather be in. I love Pennsylvania. That's why I want to do it, concerned American. I want Andrew to beat me. But my ego won't allow it. I have a strategy. I would fully admit that I would be playing devil's advocate, and it's not a position I believe in. But I have an argument that I thought was interesting, which I, again, am not going to disclose. And I'd be interested to see how his brain would come up with a way to argue against it. I have my ideas of what I would say, but I'm not so sure that my argument against my own argument, if that makes sense, is the best. So I want to hear someone else make the argument. I come from a tradition of at least what I think based on limited reading that, oh shit, why can't I think of his name? One of those Romans, I don't know. But the idea that, like, switch side debating is good, and that even if you disagree with something, you should be able to advocate for it. And the system, no, Mr. Alley can't. I want to debate Rachel on it. I want to debate Andrew. I would debate Rachel, but I want to debate Andrew on it. And I don't know that we'll set that up because we probably both have better things to do. How long, Nate? $10, almost getting there. 49% says try feminism's good for corporatism. Interesting argument as well. I can see where you're going for it. Why can't I think of the Roman's name that I'm thinking of? Anyways, I remember reading a quote, I think it was from him once, where he was defending people in a legal framework that he disagreed with. And they were like, why are you doing this? And he said, because my respect for the law is that if I'm capable of giving genuine arguments about someone and the other side is incapable of proving why that's wrong, then we must acknowledge that and revamp our system. So I'm not saying this debate will happen. I would also have to make it clear. By the way, Andrew's done this. We've done this many times in the past, where one of us will admit that we're taking a position that we don't believe in just because we're tired of debating schmucks. And so we could actually have a good debate with each other. But I have an argument. And I think if you all heard it, you'd be like, huh. I'll give you this clue. It has something to do with a point that Andrew makes in a lot of his debates. And when I hear that point, I'm like, it's interesting. Maybe if that's true, feminism would be something that I could see some people saying, okay, well, if that's true, then feminism. But I still disagree. I still disagree that feminism is good for women. I think it's bad for women. So I would admit in my opening, people don't understand this. Sometimes people jump into the middle of a debate and they don't see how it started, or they don't understand the characters enough. But I guarantee you this, if me or Andrew debate each other, we're going to fucking go for the throat. We're both trying to win, and that's the truth. I would be trying to win, but I'm hoping that I lose because I want the audience to believe that feminism's not good because I believe it's not good. But I try to win. I ain't pulling no punches. My ego wants me to win. Right? But I would make it clear in my opening statement. This is not shit I believe. It's not something I personally believe. But I think there's validity in testing your ideas to the fullest extent possible. And so, as someone who respects Andrew debating, I would very much like to put him to the test. And I also want to kick his ass because how many people out there would love to tell your boss to shove it? Well, I could kind of do that in a debate format, seeing as how Andrew Wilson's my employer. Oh, the great Mr. Ubercross gets us past the 50% mark. Always a pleasure to hear from you, Mr. Ubercross. $20 says, if you cannot argue the other side of an issue, you don't understand the issue well enough to argue your side of the issue. I'm more concerned with why I have no idea what they could possibly argue. Means I missed something. The topic that I'm proposing, and I'll talk to Andrew about this, maybe setting up, is I would like to be the affirmative and argue feminism is good for women. And by the way, I'm not going to tell my strategy, but another little clue is I'm not going to limit myself to saying, well, just first wave feminism, second and third wave. No, I will say feminism in even its current form is still a net positive for women. Again, not something that I believe, but I have an argument. I should get an olive jar merch shirt and get it to debate Andrew. It's not bad. Great to hear from you, Mr. Ubercross. Wow, look at that. We're over 50%. Okay. So there you go. That's an idea I have. I'll reach out to Andrew and see if that's something that he would be interested in. For funsies. Just for funsies. Lesson sell. $10 says feminism was good at a point in history. At the moment, it outlived its purpose, causing future gens that have never struggled that needs created the move and is now a misguided sense of what it meant. I don't disagree. I think that early feminism I could understand the utility of more. But I wouldn't limit myself to just that. Yes. Well, I'm glad that you know it's not my actual stance, but I'll guarantee that 30 minutes into that debate, there's going to be thousands of people at the Crucible like, what the fuck is Rob doing? And once the debate starts, once we're over the opening statements, that's it. It's fucking all in until the debate's over. Like, I'm in it to win it. I'll tell you that. And I would expect the same for Andrew. Andrew debated me on, I think, Russiagate being bullshit once or something like that. Same thing. He agrees with me, but he's like, fuck it, let's do it. I'll take the opposite side of an issue. What the fuck is this, Doug? Quick question for Rob. Would you be happy if Andrew Wilson was my daughter's volleyball coach? Well, I don't have a daughter, so should I just give that I don't understand hypothetical? But I did have breakfast. Okay, if I had a daughter, would I be happy if Andrew Wilson was their volleyball coach? Well, I guess that depends. Does Andrew Wilson know shit all about volleyball? If my daughter wanted to get good at volleyball and Andrew Wilson, my friend, doesn't know shit about volleyball and he just happens to be the coach, I'd be like, Andrew, I like you and all, but what the fuck are you doing coaching volleyball? You don't know the first thing about it. That's what it was. Andrew took the pro-Biden stance. That was it. So, Or is your implication that for some reason I wouldn't trust Andrew Wilson around kids, like my kids, which is fucking asinine? Of course I would trust him around my kids. But if you're asking specifically about, are you aware of something I'm not? Has Andrew Wilson talked volleyball strategy on his fucking channel that I'm unaware of? And you think that somehow you disagree with his overall strategizing on volleyball? I don't think I like the implication of the question, Doc. But I would hope that my daughter would have a volleyball coach that I could trust, that wouldn't be trying to indoctrinate bullshit, and was competent at coaching volleyball. Okay, just making chit chat fine. Now, for all I know, Andrew Wilson's a fantastic volleyball player. It's never came up, if I'm honest. My wife's sister was a pretty good volleyball player. So if I had a daughter, I assume she would help out. But, yeah. All right, here's a question for you. I've asked my mod EOD. I've not had a chance to talk to Achilles or Are We Not Men. But I'll do it now. So a little... What do you mean you don't like my ability to provide a straight answer? How's that not fucking a straight answer? I give you as straight of an answer as possible. My answer is I don't know what he knows about volleyball. I have no problem with Andrew around my children. If he's good at volleyball and a good coach, then why would I have a fucking problem? Ashton Elwine wants me to say, Doc, will you unblock Ashton Elwine and debate him, please, kind sir? Andrew's a decent guy, but I'd say no because he's a chauvinistic pig. Doc, inside you there are two wolves, and they're both retarded, so... All right, back to the questions I was going to talk about for my mods. But I'll ask all of you since you're here. So I have a meeting Monday for the channel with a merch guy. And so I was wondering any input you guys would have on merch. My general idea is as follows. First, let me tell you why I'm going to be doing merch for the channel, okay? The intent of doing merch is not to make a bunch of money. I'll be happy to make a bunch of money, but that's not the intent. I'm starting to realize why my channel will be successful. There's different models of success. There's different meanings of what success is, depending, and I say this all the time. People will ask me advice, well, what should I do to get into streaming? What should I do to help me get better as a streamer? And it's the same way that I view debate. I view streaming. The answer depends on what you should do, of what you're trying to get out of it. You have to be honest with yourself. Like, what are you trying to get out of a debate? If I debate Andrew Wilson and I'm saying, yeah, I think feminism is good for women, what am I trying to get out of it? Well, I'm admitting to you that it's not a position I believe. I'm trying to get a good, fun debate where my ego wants me to win, but when it comes to the issue, I want Andrew to win. And I think it would be entertaining for the audience, and I want to fucking push Andrew and anyone else I debate to get better. That's what I want to get out of it. But if my answer is, well, I want to convince people feminism's better, well, then it's going to change the way that I argue, etc., right? But before you do something, you should ask yourself, what is my purpose of this? And then that will inform you on what steps you should take. So, for example, if your goal as a streamer, and this is retreading old points I've had, but if your goal is, if you're like, Rob, I'm getting into streaming, like, what should I do? I would say, well, why are you streaming? If you're like, well, I'm going to stream sort of old horror movie reviews because I just like it, because it's fun. I don't really care how many people watch me. It's just a hobby. You understand how the steps you would take? So then you're trying to maximize your own enjoyment as a hobby. Great. But if you're like, I'm trying to make as much money as possible and grow my channel as big as possible, see how that could lead to you doing different things? And I have people ask me all the time, I want to get into the debate sphere, streaming into the debate sphere. What should I do? Well, what's your ultimate goal? Are you just doing this as a hobby because you like debating? Is the goal that you want to start to grow a channel? Is the goal that you want to make money? Is the goal that you want to change people's minds to your position? All of those have different answers as to, there might be a lot of overlap, but so what's my goal as a channel? Well, it used to be that my goal as a channel was, it was a hobby of mine. That was the purpose of my channel. And then from that, there was a bunch of other things. I have an ego. I want people to watch me. I want to do good. I want to debate a lot. I want to win those debates. I want to convince people that my positions are correct. I want to drive people politically and culturally closer to my positions. That was it. See you, Shazzy Bear. Now it's different. This is my career. So what do I want? I want to provide for my family. That's what I want. I want this channel to provide for my family. That's my first and foremost goal. But I want to be authentic. I do not want to sell out while I provide for my family. And that means I have to be myself. I don't want to be fake. I still want to drive people culturally and politically to my side. I still want to debate. I still want to win those debates. I still want a big audience. Part of my goal with being in the Crucible. Why am I in the Crucible? Because I want to provide for my family. But the sub-goals I have with them is to do everything that the Crucible needs from me to help grow that channel and help that channel, in particular Andrew Wilson, achieve what he wants to achieve. If he wants to achieve crushing every fucking person he ever debates, great. Then that's what I want to achieve. If he wants to achieve winning elections and working with real politicians, then great. That's what I'm going to fucking help them do. If he wants to achieve helping 100 other channels grow to choke out these fucking lefties at every place, great. Then I'll be happy to help do that. That's the idea. Anyways, I hope that you understand that I genuinely mean, although making money is now, at least in this sense, providing for my family, is now the immediate goal of why I'm doing a channel. And I understand people are going to say, that's shitty. Listen, you could believe this or not, but one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life was leaving my previous job for two reasons. One, because it was guaranteed income, even though it wasn't a lot, but it was guaranteed income that I could use to provide for my family. And anytime you're leaving something that's guaranteed and you're taking a risk, that's a little scary, especially when it comes to providing for your family. But the other reason was I deeply, deeply cared about some of these people I took care of. Deeply. And I almost feel guilty leaving them. It's fucking tough. For those that didn't know, I did home health care with adults with disabilities. It's tough. It's tough leaving. Oh, Rob, you have such a big heart. Wow, what a great guy you are. I'm here to tell you right now, if I was not paid, I wasn't going to work. Despite all the, soapbox I could stand on saying I have a big heart. I do. I do deeply care about those people. But do you think I'd spend 90 hours a week there for free? No. No, not at all. I wouldn't. That's just the truth. And I'm sorry. I don't think that makes me a shitty person. I think that's just realistic. I think that's how most of us are. You maybe you're a nurse and you really care about the people you work with, but you need to get paid to go to work. Unless you're like a billionaire or something and it's like, I just do it for fun. Okay. But your job's your job. For me, number one priority in my life is providing for my family. Period. End of story. So as much as if tomorrow I won the Powerball and got $1.1 billion, my priorities, I would still stream, but my priorities would change as a streamer, right? I hope no one thinks that's shitty, right? So all this is to say is, I hope you don't think I'm shitty when I say I want to make money. I do. I want to provide for my family. I also refuse to sell out to do that. Unless it's like for a fucking insane sum of money. If someone's going to offer me like, I don't know, $5 billion to be like, yeah, vote for Kamala. She's the best. Wow, Kamala's great. Woo! I suppose for $5 billion, I could fucking throw that out there for a couple years and then you'll never hear from me again for $5 billion. I'll spend $4 billion of that in winning culture wars from here until the end of time, and then take that $1 billion and have a real good time with my family. But in all seriousness, though, that's sort of the idea. But I still want to do a bunch of other shit. So what is my model for making money? Tonight I've made $209.96 on YouTube. What's my model for making money? And then you'll see where I'm going with this. Is my model get 5,000 people to watch me every live stream? Well, I certainly think that would increase the amount of money that I'm making. But I don't think that's the model that I now realize the success I get isn't reliant on the amount of people that are watching me necessarily. There's something more important than that. And it just so happens that thing that's more important, that will lead to me making more money and being able to provide for my family, also is something that outside the scope of money that I not only deeply believe in, and authentically believe in, but that it's actually really fucking fun too. Right? You know what it is? It's you. It's the community. It's that I, maybe more than any other fucking channel in the country, have people like you that are willing to support me as much as any community has anybody that supports them. It's how I could have 30 people watching my griftathon the other night and shatter the goal that I'd set for the night. With 30 people watching. Because those 30 people are fucking awesome people that are amazing members of this community. And so it is obvious to me that the best thing, not only if I was rich, would this be what I was doing? If I was a billionaire, if Elon Musk, was like, you know what, I'm going to become a hermit. I'm randomly going to choose someone to give all my money to. Here, this robnoerr guy. I would be like, great, we're going to spend a fuck ton of money on the community. I'm going to give a bunch of money to Abe Dinkus. I'm going to give a bunch of money to Lower Class and Are We Not Men and Achilles. Not EOD, though. Fucking, no, I'm just kidding. I'm going to help other people with their channel. I'm going to have meetings and get-togethers, right? That's what I would be doing. So it's amazing that the very thing that I would want to do also will, in the end of the day, help me make money. And that is that it's not like that you're audience members, it's that you're a member of a community. And in many ways, the show's as much yours as it is mine. So that's where I'm approaching the merch thing. I'm not selling merch like, oh, I'm going to maximize profits by charging exactly this amount and blah, blah, blah. The idea of the merch is, I don't give a shit if I make $1 on merch. I would like not to lose money on it, but the idea is something that will be fucking awesome for the community. That it's like, yeah, that's something that people will like. That's it. That's the idea. And that will help me make money at the end of the day by helping people be more active members of the community. But the direct goal on the merch isn't to make money. It's to further illustrate that I understand that my business model is that I want to be as involved with the community as possible. That's why I'm asking you all what you would like to see with the merch. A Zippo. was a good idea. So, anyways, that's what I was thinking about when I set up this meeting with this merch guy. Now, the merch guy, I had a great guy named Jiminy, who's a member of the audience, who suggested, I think he's out of Jersey and has a merch store. And I think at some point I will do something with him. But the merch guy that I'm using, so let me tell you a little merch. I'm sorry that this isn't necessarily political content tonight, but I don't know. Weekends are extra, so I hope that no one minds me sort of talking a little inside baseball for like how I view my channel. So I've sold merch twice in my 5 to 6 year career as a streamer. Both the previous times, it was before I was streaming full time though. The first time that I sold merch was I had a friend from a former life, we shall say, who I think was falling on some hard times, or not even necessarily hard times. I happen to know that there were at least hard times at one point in this person's life. They reached out to me and said, Rob, I'd like to make shirts for you and sell them. And I was like, okay, sure. And I don't remember what agreement we had, but if I'm not mistaken, my agreement was I'm not going to keep any of the money. If you make money off this idea, fuck it. Now, at this point, I had like 12 to 15 people watching me a night, but it's like, sure, man. If you could make shirts and sell them, fine, fuck it, I don't care. So we did it, and I'll be honest, the shirts were not high quality. It looked like someone just using like a Cricut in their bedroom, churning out a couple shirts. So that was shirt number 1 that I had. I don't think I ever sold one of them. I think somewhere in the house I got like 2 or 3 of those original shirts. Maybe they're probably fucking oil rags downstairs. Right? So that was shirt 1. Shirt 2 was this guy that I'm going to. I forgot that he had a merch store, but was this guy. And he's a high school friend. And so he's got a shop about 40 minutes from where I live. And so I reached out to him for some merch. I simply ordered like 50 shirts. Just had my logo, Normal America with Rob Noerr logo. That's about it. And I think I maybe sold 3 or 4 of these shirts. But that was it. So I never really took merch seriously. The way it's going to work this time, I'm going to sit down. So there's a bunch of things that I'm doing. So here gets to what my plan is. We're going to discuss the merch ideas that we have, what exactly I'm looking for. He also does a lot of other things. So he is going to create me a website that's going to should be professional looking. That website, I've asked for 3 things. The first was his idea. Instead of doing like I did before, which was just print a bunch of shirts, buy them, and then sell them, what I'm instead going to do is he's going to have where you could just go to the website, click what you want, and it'll directly go to him, and he'll print it as you buy it. He'll ship it out to you, and he'll take a percentage of it, and I'll get a percentage. That's it. I have no idea what his percentage will be or anything like that. The meeting's Monday. So that's step 1. The website will have direct links to all of the merch, and you'll be able to purchase straight through the website. Step 1. Step 2. I want a website where every one of my videos are. Every one. So you'll be able to go over there. If YouTube ever kicks me off, if Rumble ever kicks me off, there will be a place that I guarantee will keep my videos, my website. That's step 2. Step 3. If I ever decide that I want content behind a paywall, that the website would be able to accomplish that. I have no plans in the immediate future, but hypothetically, if all of a sudden I end up with 15,000 people watching me per live stream and I want to make special members only content, that'd be a place to put it. That's it. So the guy's going to make the website for me. That's step 1. Step 2. He also does trophies. So he will be making me the trophy for William Gramer Jr. that I talk about all the time. It's going to be more like a plaque. And it's going to be a plaque that's going to say something like, Normal America with Rob Noerr Show, Whale of the Channel, $2,000 donations or above. And William Gramer Jr.'s name will be right there. He'll be the first name. And anyone that matches that $2,000 donation or exceeds it, his name will go on this plaque. That's number 2. He'll be doing the trophy for me. Number 3, he will be making me business cards. Now, that's outside the scope of this channel necessarily, but when I go to these Republican events, or if I go to debate events and there's people there that are interested, I give them a business card. It'll have my email, all of my addresses, channel name, etc. So he's going to make me some business cards, right? Then we get to the actual merch. Now we'll see what you guys think about this. The first thing I want is unique things for the winner of the Griftathon every week. That's the first thing I want. So I want something that you can't buy, and that the only way to get it is by winning the Griftathon. So that might be a shirt eventually. But I thought that my idea was to send you a shirt, and it might be any shirt that you want from the store. So that will be something you could have bought, but you get a free shirt if you win the Griftathon. And the other thing that you'll get is an official hand-signed Chad of the Week authentication card. So it'll be a business card. It'll say, you are the authentic Chad of the Week winner for the week of. Then I will write the weekend. Authorized by Robnoerr. This card entitles you to accolades from any and all peoples that you run into. And then you will have that card, and you'll be able to flash it the rest of your life. I, on the week of August 23rd, 2025, won the Chad of the Week on the Normal America show. And you'll only be able to get that card if you're a Chad of the Week winner. I also am kicking around having a shirt design that says Chad of the Week that you can only get if you win the Griftathon. So that's the idea for the Griftathon. Then, ideas I had for specific merch: coffee mug, hat, hoodie, shirts. I'll get you in a second, bless you, but that's awesome. The question is, what designs do we want for the shirt? Now, I need to talk to him about what he thinks is feasible for different designs. I think the easiest thing in the world to do is to have basically this logo. I'll show you. By the way, this is Drunk Batman, maybe this. But this on a hat. This on a shirt. Just says like, or maybe the front just says Normal America with Robnoerr. It just has this picture on the back or some sort of form of that. And then this logo on a coffee mug, whatever. I think that's simple for like a universal design. So that's the first. But then other t-shirts, what are we looking at? Don't worry, I'll get to the whip. So I'll ask you some ideas. Let's say there's 3 other t-shirt designs. I think that we should have a shirt that has some sort of where there's a whip, there's a way. Does anyone disagree with that? At least at this point in the channel's history, I feel that the whip song's more watchable than me at this point. Oh, I'll follow through, John Smith. Don't fucking worry. So I think a whip shirt's not a bad idea. And what I might do is to get my man here, Are We Not Men? Are We Not Men? The awesome whip emoji that you made us. Can you get like a high def version of that I could blow up? And then that's not like whatever that format is, like the little JPEG or whatever it is. And then maybe we could take that logo and then just have it say, where there's a whip, there's a way. Olive jar shirt. That's, yeah, there we go. Something like that. Robnoerr's Olive Jar Opening Service, established 2025. Thanks, Are We Not Men? Yeah. There's Rob GPT, but that's sort of old hat, and I mean, that comes from Destiny. I don't know that we're trying to remind people of Destiny at this point. Gotta have the logo redone to match my new thinner face. Maybe. Counter thriftedy. That's not bad. That is a deep cut. So what I'll say is, then I'm going to get to the super chats here, is go over to my Discord or send in a super chat or comment on the video. I'll leave this video up until at least after I go to the merch guy. So after the live stream's done, go to the comment section and give me comments for merch ideas. And then when I go in and talk to this guy, I'll say, look, this is what some of my audience is saying. Yeah, thanks, Are We Not Men. If you're around tomorrow, let me know. And I could bullshit to you. We could see if we can come up with something. Have I heard of challenge coins? No. But anyways, thank you so much for helping with that. I hope that gives you all an idea of where my headspace is with the merch stuff. But I wanted to wait until at least... Here's the other thing with me, right? I am a firm believer that when you get hired... When you're on notice shirt, that's not bad either. I'm a firm believer that when you get hired somewhere, that you do your damnedest to make yourself useful and put your nose to the grindstone. That's how I feel as a member of the Crucible. Andrew Wilson took a chance on me and hired me. I'll do whatever the fuck he wants within reason to help that channel. That means even if it's shit that I don't consider myself traditionally good at, like if Andrew came to me and was like, Rob, I need you to do voiceover work, I'd be like, okay, I'll try. I've never done it, but shit, I'll try. Whatever. Rob, I need you to come up with ideas for comedy sketches. Okay, I'll try. Rob, I need you to edit a video. Holy shit, I'm terrible, but I'll try. Right? Like, you know, that's my job. I was hired. And I've been like that every job that I've ever had. If somebody hires me within reason, I'm not going to say, nope, that's not my job. I'm an employee, and I was hired with the understanding that I would do everything I could to achieve the goals of Andrew and the Crucible community in general. That's it. My channel is separate of the Crucible, and I have total creative control over my channel. But as an employee of the Crucible, that's my goal. So I'm not in the business of asking the Crucible for help. That's not my goal. If I'm doing a debate, I'm not going to the Crucible research team and saying, can you guys give me a hand? Fuck that. I'll do my own work. Because they don't owe me anything. If I'm going to do the TikTok invasion shit, I ain't asking Mr. E and the rest of the people at the Crucible, can you help me out with the tech? That ain't their job. Just like if I started a job at a new company, I'm not going in there month 1 or 2 saying, hey, you guys need to give me a hand. That's not the point. So, I'm getting there, Cody. So that's sort of, I haven't had time to work on my channel and merch and shit yet because I was focused going all in on doing everything I can to help the Crucible, and I'm still doing that. But now I feel a little more confident now that it's been roughly 3 months. Okay, I can start taking these steps like something with merch. So that's why it's taken me this long, but that's the plan. All right. Here we go. Super chats. For those that don't know, anytime there's a $20 donation given on my channel, unless it specifically says to not play the Where There's a Whip, There's a Way song, we play the Where There's a Whip, There's a Way song. Let's start with Mr. Ubercross, whose chat we've already read, but $20.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip,
Thank you, Mr. Ubercross, for that $20 donation. Always appreciate hearing from you. By the way, a couple other things. Challenge Coin stuff going to be sent in the Discord. Great. Thank you so much. I'll check it out. Max, I saw you comment there. I think I responded to a message you sent me earlier on the platform that we use about a technological solution to the TikTok invasion. So I know you said that you have something. Any ideas you have, feel free to message me. I'm open to hearing any and all ideas on that. John Smith, great idea with having one of my rants in a super fancy, like old world English type script as a shirt would be great. Lensel, $10 says feminism was a good point in history. Oh, we read this one, but thank you again, Lensel. Lesson Cell. There, I pronounced it right. Thank you. Cody Folsom, $5 says, how's it going, Rob? Have some money. Thank the University of Hawaii football team. Okay. Thank you, University of Hawaii football team. Roarcast, thanks so much. $5 says, we love Rob. Thank you. The great Crisco, not fishing. What's he doing? Typing, unless he's on his phone while fishing. $10 says, yeah, but I bet you still wouldn't do a fishing stream. So who cares if you're a billionaire? Fishing stream now. I choose to not fish. On stream, at least. Blasterbot, thank you so much. $20 says 20 for male feminist Rob to debate Trad Andrew. Might need a cat hat and a costume during the debate. Well, we shall see. I'll reach out to Andrew. He might be interested in it. I think it'd be fun. But if those that are just tuning in or didn't see, I'm going to propose a debate to Andrew Wilson on a topic that I don't agree with, but I'm prepared to argue against him that feminism is good for women. It'd be a fun little me debating an issue I don't believe in debate. But anyways, $20. Now, I just want to say, before we get into a loop of people giving $20 to play the whip song, you can give a one-time $200 donation to end the whip song for the night, unless someone matches that $200 donation. So here we go, whip song.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's sword.
Thank you, as always, Blasterbot. Laddie, $5 says, if you do a cup, can it be similar to the old ceramic coffee mugs? Red ceramic coffee mug. So I don't know. My guess is, and again, I haven't talked to this guy, but I don't know when it comes to the material how much of input I'll have. The design that goes on the material. In other words, what I mean is he may be like, here are the mugs that we offer. We could put any logo you want on it. So I don't know if I could be like, but I want this old style of ceramic coffee mug. I don't know if that's an option through the guy I'm working with. But we'll see. I'll see what the options are. And then the great Nicholas Lewis. Thank you so much. What a legend. $50. Thank you so much. Says, definitely need a whip baseball cap. Whip coiled to strike with the impact flash. I would support that all day. Here's grifting money from the third shift at the hospital. No whip song, please. Now listen, if you're not giving a $20 donation, it doesn't default to whip song anyways. But I feel you. No whip song, please. Nicholas, thank you so much, man. Then my wife says, if I send you the $200 and YouTube takes their cut, I'm essentially just spending $60 of your dollars to not hear the song. Is it worth it? Maybe. Oh, shit. Look at this. Courtney, you'll be pleased for two reasons. One, we just made $200. But second, you don't have to hear the whip song anymore. It's unbelievable legend of the channel, putting me out of my misery with it. Unforced Ego. My goodness. Thank you so much, Unforced Ego. Always so incredibly generous to the channel. An absolute fucking legend. Or as my wife puts it, out here doing God's work. Oh man, $200 says end the whip song. It is ended. And that also puts us well over our goal tonight, giving a I did better than most time on that. I'm still no Jim Bob. Damn, you guys are unbelievable. Thank you. And we didn't even have to review the Andrew Wilson Whick debate so far tonight. Look at that. Takes Unforced Ego for $2.83. Sounds like a weird number, right? Except when you realize that gets us to exactly $500. What a freaking legend. William Kramer Jr. says, people who can't stand the whip song are losers. William, I don't know if you heard me say. I have a meeting about your trophy coming up soon. Also, William, for $200, you can reinstitute whip song privileges. So, thanks, William. Damien, Internal Rage Gershwin. $2 says, Rob, look up non-la hats. Please consider for merch. The end. I don't know what a non-la hat. I'll check it out. Man, I have the best audience. The absolute best audience. Not just the people that donate, but let's not kid ourselves. The people that donate are fantastic. The goal here for me is to provide for my family, but my goodness, everyone is so damn awesome. Really, it's amazing. It really is. I set this up, to talk a little about this again. So why do I set a goal of $357? What was that about? So I'm not going to get talking too much financial, but I'll say this about the previous job that I had. It is true that I worked at a minimum. I'll do this quick because I've talked about it before. How many hours are there in a week? 24 times 7. So it's like 168 hours in a week at a minimum, because I worked at a place where you had to be there 24/7 and there were only 2 people. And at least one person had to be there 24/7. At a minimum, I had to be there half the week. So if there's 168 hours in a week, that meant at a minimum I had to be there 84. Though you have an hour crossover when you come in and when you're leaving. So that's 86 hours at a minimum. At a minimum, I had to be there 86 hours. Plus, then you have all the trainings that you have to take. I think I had to take a minimum of 20 hours a month. So you add that on top of there. Then, at least every other week, I had to drive out on my day off to my office, which is about 2 hours away. Then I would have to do paperwork and stuff like that at the office. So when you factor all that in, probably on any given week, I was averaging close to 90 to 95 hours of work. Now, having said that, I did not get paid 90 to 95 hours because I don't get paid for my sleep shift at work. Now, the sleep shift can switch when you're supposed to be sleeping, but I have to be there. I can't leave, but I do not get paid. So I was making roughly $21 an hour when I left. So I made decent money because I was getting a lot of overtime. But I wasn't getting rich. You would think, well, shit, if you're making $35, $40 an hour and you're working 80 hours a week, shit, you're probably making good money. So I never wanted to leave my job unless I could leave it for a job that had guaranteed money, because I saw so many of my friends, well, not so many, I saw some people that I liked, let's put it that way, chase their dream of being in a band or being an artist. And some of them chase that dream and they're single or they're dating someone, but they don't have kids. I say more power to you. But some of them had kids. Some of them weren't even paying child support. Now, that's shitty. And so, I didn't want to be that guy. I had to provide for my family, and that meant I had people for years tell me, why don't you quit and just stream full time? Trust me. And I was like, yeah, man, no. Because what if it doesn't work? What if I get demonetized on day one? What if no one donates? Then what? Am I going to look at my wife and my son and say, hey, sorry, guys. Sorry, we're going to lose the house. We can't afford our bills. I couldn't do that. So I was having a difficult night at work one night that had to do with the health of one of the people I took care of. I did a little stream saying, look, sorry, no stream tonight. I was going to stream during my sleep shift, but I can't because health considerations. So I'd appreciate some prayers for that person. As I ended that stream, I got a text message from Andrew Wilson. Was like, hey, man, you all right? You got time for a call? I say, sure. Andrew calls me and says, how would you like to come work for the Crucible? And I was like, yeah, And he's like, no, I'm dead serious. He's like, you're having trouble with your job. Now's as good a time as any. He's like, you could also, I won't fuck with your channel. You could stream full time. He's like, I don't give a shit. Your channel could be 100% bashing me. I don't give a shit about that. We're hiring you to be a member of the Crucible behind the scenes and everything. Do what it can to help our channel. But that gave me the opportunity. I wasn't gonna make as much as I currently was at my current job at that point, doing the home healthcare, working for the Crucible, but at least it was guaranteed money. It was some guaranteed money. And so I was like, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. I'll do that. And then in addition to that, I'll stream and we'll see. The goal of 357 was, I figured out if I stream 27 days a month and I make $357 a day on my stream after YouTube takes their cut and after what I estimated my increased costs would be, because I'll have to pay for my own health insurance. I'll have to put into my own 401k and other things like that, that I would break even if I was making $357 a day streaming. That's how I came up with that number. That's it. And, well, close to that. I figured I wanted to make $250 a day after YouTube took their cut. And so 357 gets it to right about 250. Plus 357 sounds cool, right? So that's it. That was the goal. So just to let you know, when you see something like tonight, where it's so far I've made 141% of that goal, that's 41% beyond what I was desperately hoping for to break even by leaving my former job. And I will just say that unbelievably, your support has exceeded my expectation by a lot every month since I've been streaming full time. Or as Object says, just buy Ethereum, free money. It's certainly less hours. Not only less hours, even if it wasn't less hours, the key is I'm with my family. One of the very first things that happened almost immediately was my son started T-ball. And you have no idea how it devastated me to know I'm never going to get to go to my son's T-ball game, because most of them were going to be on Tuesdays. I worked home health care. I worked every Tuesday. I could not leave. And so, and then all of a sudden I left that job and I was at every one of my son's T-ball games, every single one. Every one of the practices I was at. I get to see my son every single day. I get to see he goes to bed at 8:30. I get to see him before he goes to bed. I get to wake up and take my son to school every day. I get to see my wife every day. There were times where, because of my job, I'd go 10, 11 days without seeing my wife or son. And my son was getting to the point where he knew when I was leaving for work and would get really sad. So he knew I was going to be gone at a minimum 3.5 days. So, look, the money is amazing and fantastic. And I used to feel bad about grifting, but then I had people like our friend EOD here and my friend Are We Not Men. They were like, fuck that, man. And Andrew himself. And then people like the great Mr. B. It's like, illustrating the point, like, yeah, man, it's your job. Are you a shithead if you tell your boss at work, hey, I want more money? I think I'm doing a good job? No. So then why feel bad about asking the audience for money? But it took me a long while to not feel weird about it. I still, if I'm honest, feel weird about it. What did I do for a job? My old job was I worked home health care for people with disabilities, primarily people with like what you would call mental retardation, autism, and other diagnoses like that. Primarily, I worked with one individual. I worked for that specific company for about 14 years. And in that time, I worked almost exclusively with one guy. And so that guy became basically family. He was at my son's birthday parties. He walked my dog with me. He's like family, someone that I deeply care about. I got to know his family and care about them. But I was having difficult health situations. And the problem with that line of work is because the nature of the company that I worked for, their office was, we'll just say, for those of you that don't live in Pennsylvania, it's a suburb basically, but basically the office is in Pittsburgh, which is about an hour and a half to 2 hours away, depending on which end of Pittsburgh you're on from where I'm at. If my person is in a situation where my company could no longer provide care for them, I would be forced to drive to Pittsburgh and probably every day for work. And that's just not tenable for $20 an hour to drive 2 hours each way to work. It just wasn't. And so I find myself in the difficult position where, because of health concerns, our company may no longer have been able to take care of the individual that I was primarily taking care of. And that's happened to be the same day that Andrew called me. And, you know, I talked to my wife about the offer and was like, I still to this day feel guilty about leaving because no matter what, that's a person who relied on me for 14 years. And I feel like I'm leaving them high and dry. And I still feel that way. And I feel fucking awful about it. And every time I sit down and think about it, I feel terrible about it. But I also have to make a decision what's good for my family. And if I just ride it out, and then all of a sudden I go into work one day and they're like, oh, okay, your person's not here anymore, so you're basically out of a job. Then what? Then what am I going to do? Hope that I find another job? So I was offered an opportunity that was time sensitive, and that's it. So I took the job, working with the Crucible. So, but yeah. Incidentally, last night, I'm not going to talk about this much, but last night I talked about the situation with Destiny, which I'm not going to get into that, but his friend Dan, one of the things I said was, I actually respected the fact that after the original Destiny scandal broke about the consent and, you know, the leaked videos and did Destiny give consent or whatever, so many of the Destiny orbiters, it's like they're all like, what's best for me here? Should I bury Destiny because it would be best for my brand? Or should I try to ignore it? Or, you know, whatever. It seemed to me like the general thesis was blow him off, you know, we're done with him, and then come crawling back later once it blew over. But not that Dan guy. Dan stuck by him. Dan stuck by him. And you might say, how could you stick by someone who was alleged to have done that? Well, because they're friends. Maybe he doesn't believe it because they're friends. Or maybe he does believe it but says, I don't give a shit. He's my friend and I still see good in him. That's how I'd feel about Andrew. I don't give a fuck. Someone can tell me. Unless I'm proven that Andrew did some of the most heinous things imaginable, I got Andrew's back. Fuck it. I don't care. That's the way it is. Oh, but Andrew screwed this person over. Andrew did this. I don't care. Fuck you. There. That's it. Because I believe in loyalty to my family and to my friends. Yeah, Dan's the dude from anything else. So I will never forget that Andrew gave me this opportunity to do this shit. I don't care if I end up making millions of dollars streaming. It would be irrelevant to me. I would still say the only reason that I was ever given this option was because Andrew took a chance on me. And I will never forget that. And even before Andrew hired me, he was probably the only person in this space that gave me more than he asked from me. Every other big streamer, right or left winger, was always like, what can you do for me? What can you do for me? And when I would ask simple things like, can I come on your show and talk to you? But can you do a panel for me? Sure. Andrew was the only person. Andrew would just call me. He'd be like, hey, man, what can I do, man? You need help getting on a bigger show? Andrew's one of the people that reached out to Tim Pool to get me on Tim Pool's show. That's because Andrew. And the other reason I got on Tim Pool's show, by the way, was because, what's his name? It's slipping me right now. Long-haired dude that's on with glasses that's on with Tim Pool sometimes. Shit, it's bad form. I'm forgetting his name. Ian. Yeah, Ian. Ian saw me debating Destiny and was like, hey, Tim, you should have this dude on. That's how I got on Tim Pool's show, because Andrew Wilson pushing for it and because of Ian pushing for it. And I'll remember that. You think if Ian ever called me and asked for anything within reason, I wouldn't be like, fuck yeah, man, whatever you need. That, to me, is important, to be loyal. That's how I look at it anyways. Graphene Ian. Whatever. You guys talk shit on him. I like him. Gave me a chance. So, but yeah, that's so, and I've said it, everyone's heard me say this for years. The irony is every streamer is trying to give you the impression they're a good person, and most of them are shitty people behind the scenes. Andrew puts off the image he's this like kind of prick, and he's actually one of the nicest guys ever behind the scenes. It's like he's doing it opposite. And it's not just me saying that. By the way, I challenge you to find a lefty, other than the scope of him debating them, I challenge you to find a lefty that's interacted with him, like if he set up a panel for them or if he moderated for them. Show me one that bitched about his performance there. You're not going to find it. You'll find them that say he sucks at debate. He was an asshole debating. But as far as the people that have, like, for example, Vosh did an interview. Andrew interviewed Vosh. Completely fair. Vosh wouldn't say, oh, I got steamrolled. Andrew was just fair about the interview. Now, debating's different than interviewing, but yeah, that's sort of what's going on. So where was I before we were doing all this bullshit meta conversation about my channel? Who knows where we were? By the way, speaking of Andrew, man, he's killing it with these TikTok invasions. 5,500 people watching right now. Fucking A, man. It's awesome. It's great news. By the way, incidentally, there are big things. I was about to add that. I'll do it here in a bit. I do have some big plans coming up with the Crucible, some behind the scenes stuff. It's going to require some traveling for me. So once that's confirmed, I will let you all know, and those may be days that I'm not streaming. But I'll tell you what, I'll hook up with some other streamers, maybe some great people like Lower Class, EOD, Abe Dinkus, some folks like that, and I'll see if they could fill in my time slot for me. So even if you're not on my channel, you'll at least have something to watch at 10 p.m. at night. Then go over there. Another thing, I don't know if Abe's still here, right? Anyone out there that's a streamer, let me give you a suggestion, if I may. I am committed to not, like I was saying, I want to build up a community. I love this community, and I certainly want to help other streamers that are members of this community through the chat, through donations, or other things. So I definitely want to raid other streamers and do what I can to promote other channels. May I make a suggestion? I'm doing these daytime streams pretty much 5 days a week, from noon till around 2 p.m. Eastern time, just doing a call-in show. No one's really streaming at 2 p.m. And I would be happy to raid someone. Now, I'm not saying I'm bringing in huge numbers, but it couldn't hurt. So if there's anyone out there listening that's a streamer and says, shit, yeah, I'll stream at 2 p.m. regularly, I'd be happy to raid over to you. So just a thought, anyone out there? Because I know, like for me, I'll be straight up with you. Like, I'm doing my own thing. I'm trying to set a consistent streaming schedule. So noon to 2 p.m., right? And then 10 p.m. Eastern every weekday. And then on weekends, if I feel like it, around those times. But here's the thing, right? Like, if I had my druthers, would I stream at the same time that Andrew Wilson's doing a TikTok invasion? Probably not, because I have a lot of cross-application with my audience and his. So probably it doesn't make a lot of sense for me to stream at the same time as him. Problem is, Andrew's so busy, his schedule's erratic. So I'm going to just say, you know what? This is my times to stream, and that's it. I can't be like, let me find out at any given moment when Andrew's going to stream and then try to adjust because no one would ever watch me because you all would have no idea what times I'm supposed to be streaming. But it definitely makes, so if I knew, for example, that Jake Rattlesnake was streaming every day from 10 a.m. Eastern time to noon, I would say, oh, fuck, I'll stream at noon, and then maybe I'll get a raid once in a while. Right? Take it easy, Nicholas. Nice talking to you. Good luck at the hospital, man. Thanks for the work you're doing. So by all means, use me in the same way. If you're someone that's a fan of the show and a member of our audience and our community here, let me know. I'll raid over. That's one of the things that's cool with Jess White here in the evening. Jess is oftentimes starting streaming right around the time that I'm ending. So it makes it simple. There's someone who's a big supporter of mine that donates a lot of money and that's, sent me songs that she's made, is chatting up members of the chat, saying nice things about me. Awesome. Gives my audience something to go from me to Jess, who'll be streaming for 5-6 hours. So that's the idea. I heard through the grapevine that Jess and Grid were going at it again today. I feel you, EOD. Well, obviously, if you happen to be streaming, I'll raid over EOD. But, yeah. So, the battle continues for people I like, Grid and Jess and company arguing with each other. Oh, well, what can you do? I'm out of the loop, which is exactly where I want to be. I don't care about the drama on that sort of stuff. Stories. 12:30 at night here. Jill Simonello. Did you guys hear this? It's worth talking about. The great Stephen L. Miller. Man, both Stephen Millers are crushing it. I like them both. The great Stephen L. Miller. He called it. He says, this is one of the best posts in X history. Here's the post. You can see it's deleted. Here was the post. Dear Donald Trump, I've been carjacked in Chicago with my arm broken. I still don't want you or your troops here. By the way, there are no red hats here. And then, look, this person posts something. Celebrating my 1-year anniversary of being carjacked, this week's crazy tights and sweaty 8 miles. To the person who stopped at my place today to make me relive the fact that I got carjacked, I don't have to talk to you. Let's prevent this from happening to anyone else in the future. Did you know 63% of carjackings happen within 5 miles of home? Here's some tips. I was carjacked 4 years ago and still hasn't been prosecuted. This does not bode well for my city. And yes, I voted. I was carjacked 4 years ago and it still hasn't been prosecuted. I stopped carrying a purse after I got carjacked. Do you lock your doors as soon as you get in your vehicle? You should. This is just one of the tips I offer to prevent being carjacked. Lessons learned the hard way on preventing carjacking. To the liberal, white, affluent woman, nothing, not even their own personal safety, not the safety and well-being of their family or their children, supersedes the message. You'll hear stories. I was assaulted by a migrant, but I didn't say anything because I don't want blowback against migrants. There is no one in this country that is more radical than the liberal white women. So that's why it brings great pleasure to see the following message. And by the way, whoever posted this, David Santa Carla, what a Chad here. I'll show you this. It's good stuff. I was so pleased with this. It turns out Jill Simonello, after getting some blowback, deleted her deleted her X channel. Here we go. so funny. Just fucking some super masculine energy. Like, that's right. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So see you, Jill Simonello. Have fun over on Blue Sky. I may have got carjacked, but if it's Donald Trump that wants to do something about the violence, I'm against it. Shit. Oh, by the way, one of my all-time favorite songs, you know, The Handful of Crom there. I don't even know how to pronounce his name. It's like Basil Polaritis that did the score for the original Conan the Barbarian movie. Damn. In my opinion, perhaps the best music score in the history of films. Every single song that who am I to call him? Basil, Mr. Polaritis, I guess is how you pronounce it. Just the feeling that it evokes. Just that movie is 10 out of 10. Love fucking Conan the Barbarian. So I think he did do RoboCop. Another great soundtrack. Look at this. Our unbelievable fan, Nico Pluto. My goodness, Nico. It's always a pleasure to hear you in the audience. Gives $200. Thank you. Says, I truly hope all is good with you and BPF. I love BPF. Andrew Wilson. Used to go by BPF. If this is what you wish, Rob, I'm in. I just want to clean accounts. Okay, man. Yeah, of course, everything's fine with me and Andrew. But thank you so much, man. Truly a legend. Thank you, Nico. He did not say to No, he didn't say to reinstitute the song. He didn't say that. He would have to say, yeah, that was to make the song come back, which he has not said. I'll leave Nico clarify if he wants the whip song to come back, so he doesn't have to give another super chat. But he didn't say if we don't hear anything else from Nico, I can't bring the song back. That's not in the cards. Sorry. Oh, Jill Simonello, you'll be missed. Have fun over there on Blue Sky. Truly remarkable. You would think if you were someone like, crime's not that bad, and then you get carjacked and no one does anything about it, and you're like, I'm pissed off, I'm going to vote accordingly. And then some guy comes around and is like, you know what? We're going to do something about this crime. You'd be like, well, even if I don't like this guy, and I might not like how he's going about it, he's right. This is bad. Someone needs to do something. But no. I don't want you to do anything. You got it. You got it. Oh, no. Is that what I said? Then I screwed up. Just like if $20... I don't know. I think the implication was you had to donate $200 to bring the whip song back. I will leave it up to the mods. I'll leave it up to Achilles, Are We Not Men, and EOD. There's a triumvirate. See, Unforced Ego, I think that's fair too. We have to take his opinion into account, who donated the $200 to say to end it. If he wants to bring it back, he should have to say it. I think that's fair. And I think Nico may have left. And I would hate to assume, what if I play the whip song and Nico comes back and is like, what the fuck is this? I was promised the song was done. And everyone says, well, we assumed because you donated $200. I can't make that assumption. I cannot. If Nico doesn't answer, then I'll leave it up to my three mods to adjudicate. Achilles, EOD, and Are We Not Men? And even though my... well, never... Okay, before we get that, I was going to say, and even though my wife's a mod, her opinion means very little to me on most matters, so we won't start here. No, I'm just kidding. I love my wife. But her mod status in this channel is purely symbolic. I don't think she has ever, nor does she ever intend to use any power or authority as a moderator. But it's a moot point anyways, because unfucking believable, legend of the channel, Unforced Ego says, for $200, Jeez. Allow me to put this to bed. End the whip song. Truly my hero. Allowing me to not hear the ridiculous whip song and sending me huge piles of money. What an absolute legend. Or as my wife puts it, this guy's out here saving me. Unbelievable. Unforced Ego, thank you so much. Man, always so generous. Thank you. Unbelievable. 201. No. Someone will have to donate an additional $200 if they want Whip Song to possibly come back. No, it doesn't end the Whip Song forever. It's just per show. Now look, see, I told you all the other night. Now EOD, see how he's sly? He accidentally slips the 1 in there. Instead of 357, he says 1,357. Smart. Rip the whip, yeah. Damien will cover the 1 cent. That's funny. Anyways, we were talking about Jill Simonillo. Old Miss Simonillo. Leaving X because she got shamed, as people were correctly pointing out. The insanity that she was going on about. All right, listen, we'll probably just start bullshitting more, but I feel remiss if I don't cover at least one more story tonight. So let's do this one. I think this is a good one. Now, I don't know if y'all knew this, but this person is Robbie Starbuck. They've actually been on my show before. I've interviewed Robbie Starbuck, and I'm going to reach out and try to get him to come back on the show. Robbie has been one of the people that is spearheading sort of getting rid of DEI in all of these corporations and holding them to account. And he's been doing yeoman's work, basically rallying support to let everyone know how woke some of these corporations are so that you can make decisions with your own dollars as to whether or not to support these companies, and contacting these companies and recommending that they end their DEI programs and support in order for audiences and customers to not have to make that decision. And so Robbie talked a lot about how it turns out the Starbucks or the Cracker Barrel logo change is just the tip of the iceberg. So let's watch some of this video and talk about it that Robbie put out about maybe he's not telling you what to do. I'm not telling you what to do. But if you're someone that's interested in supporting companies that are against the sexual perversion of our children, then maybe you'll decide to not utilize Cracker Barrel services anymore.
To cold, dead, lifeless, and modern. In a comedic way, as one friend said to me, they removed the cracker and the barrel, so what's left now? And the answer's nothingness. The same nothingness that the left wants you to stomach in every other facet of your life. And if you think this is just a logo change, you're wrong.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie Starbuck.
Robbie, I'm a big fan of what you do and your wife. Corporate.
I'm going to edit Starbucks name out there and just put Noor with all those people saying, Robbie Noor. Anyways, continuing.
America listens to this guy. I'm a little scared of him, too.
This is the Robbie Starbuck Show. We investigated Cracker Barrel, and what I'm about to show you is a company infested with left-wing activists who are more interested in safe spaces, pronouns, and virtue signaling than they are in their customers. I think the best way to start is by telling you what you've been funding if you've gone to Cracker Barrel in recent years. So let's start with Nashville Pride. Yes, Cracker Barrel is a proud sponsor of Nashville Pride and have been part of it for over a decade, along with participating for multiple years in Evansville, Indiana's Third River City Pride event. They even made LGBTQ plus rocking chairs for these Pride events. The same Pride rocking chair that they put front and center in their Tennessee corporate office and at their 2019 managers conference for the Cracker Barrel managers.
Now, I haven't watched this. I read the post that he put with this, but here's what blows my mind about all of this, right? Do they not know who their base is, who their core audience is, their core customer base? This is what blows my mind about all this. Listen, from a purely financial standpoint, if you're a CEO of a company and you're like, dude, I don't even give a shit about any of these causes. I want to make money for me and my shareholders, right? In that basis, can I understand why a company might want to, quote, go woke? Sure. Like, let's say that you're a makeup company. I don't even know if that's a good example, but let's just say hypothetically. Yeah, it might make sure your particular brand, you look and you're like, 80% of the people that buy our product are left-wingers. Okay? Makes sense. We'll cater to them. But if that same company, 80% of their base was left-winger progressive Trump haters, and they're like, we're going to do collaborations with Trump. We're going to have special MAGA merchandise. You think that makes sense? Forget about the morality of it. Just from a strict financial, what are you doing? First off, it's probably best not to wade into the culture war. But if you're going to, wouldn't you wade in on the side that your customer base is most likely to be on? It seems to make sense to me. So who do you think the regular clientele of the restaurant Cracker Barrel is? Old country store. Does that sound like urbanites to you? Does that sound like progressives to you? I have a nostalgia for the 1950s country scene. Now it sounds more like fat dudes like me. And so they're like, we're going to go woke. Pride Month. Yay. Okay? Fuck off then. I don't want to eat here anymore. You have every right to do it. Go ahead and be woke. I don't give a shit. Lloyton says, 2023 to 2024, they lost like 50% profit. Would it make sense to try to reach other demographics with an image shift? I don't think it would work, but I could see why they do it. No, it doesn't make sense, and let me tell you why, right? One, because reaching out to these groups isn't going to mean that all of a sudden a bunch of LGBT folks and progressives are like, I think I'll eat at the old country store. Second, you got to make yourself unique from other places. By making yourself look just like other restaurants, then you have to compete, I guess, in the realm of your food, etc. And if you look into it, a lot of people say what happened was they were mismanaged. Coming out of the pandemic years, and so what they did was decided to make changes to their menu, which meant that their food wasn't as good or the same as it used to be. And so people decided to make other options. Third, a lot of restaurants were down in this period of time because of the mass inflation. So this wouldn't be a reason to radically try to change who your consumer base was. You could try to reach other demographics, but you would do it in a way, maybe you could say, well, the image shift makes sense. But a lot of this shit, the pride stuff, was occurring well before 2023 and 2024. They did it because every other company was doing it and going woke. And they were worried that the left would attack them. And they're not worried that the right would ever boycott them. And because the people coming up through academia getting into the advertising realm that are corporate people are fucking white liberal ladies that don't give a fuck about the brand and want to subvert it. Like Kathleen Kennedy at Disney. We don't give a fuck about the history of this. Fuck you. Put a chick in it and make it gay. That's the point. Make everything monolithic. Destroy the history and nostalgia of everything that doesn't acquiesce to our cultural values. Fuck you. And guess what? If we subvert this company, fuck it. What do we care? We'll get a job somewhere else. We don't care. Same with Bud Light. You think they care? I've heard that the woman that was in charge of the Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney thing got a job at Live Golf to ruin another company. And she'll get another job after that. It's like Jaguar. Same thing. You're absolutely right. It's a classic late reflex move that will not help them. Many companies do this and don't understand they're behind the current wave. Right. Jaguar did this. Oh, every other company's doing this. Now we'll do it. But the pendulum's already shifted culturally. So you're going to get all of the negative with none of the positive. All right, let's keep going. Maybe.
Yes. That Tennessee corporate office I mentioned is located in a place called Wilson County, one of the most conservative counties that you will find in America. The fact that it's located there is important to this story because what's happened here is a microcosm of the parasitic operating procedure of left-wing activists. Like a parasite, they embed and spread. They don't just want to force their soulless, godless, hedonistic vision of the future onto blue hellscapes that their party controls. No, it's much more important to them that they shove it down into your towns, into your kids' schools, and into your way of life. So sticking a pro-trans rocking chair into their headquarters in a predominantly conservative town is exactly the type of thing they revel in doing. And for a food service company, you might be thinking their focus should be good food and good service, but their own website says, quote, "This year, Cracker Barrel's focus was to be a part of the Pride experience." And they're very proud of their pro-trans rocking chairs, let me tell you. They call it, quote, "bringing the front porch to Pride." And if you think that's out of alignment with their customers, well, you're right. But it doesn't end there. The Cracker Barrel website says that they believe that diversity and pride are pillars that should guide decision-making year-round. In fact, to uphold these values, Cracker Barrel also engaged with the HRC and the Out and Equal Advocates Workplace Conference. More on the HRC later, but let's dive into Out and Equal. For those who don't know, Out and Equal is an organization focused on forcing sexuality and transgenderism into the workplace. Cracker Barrel sponsored their conference and really went the extra mile by creating rocking chairs in every color of the LGBTQ+ pride flag. This was part of a large DEI push at Cracker Barrel corporate in recent years. Cracker Barrel was so devoted to this DEI push before most even knew DEI was a thing that they were given an award by the Out and Equal Advocates.
See, 2018. So this is what I'm talking about, Leutnant. This wasn't, oh shit, we struggled in 2023. Yeah, the logo change is post 2023, but the woke shit, they're winning awards in 2018.
Advocates for having 2018's top LGBT ERG group. Yes, Cracker Barrel has a special group for LGBTQ+ employees. Again, back in my day, a club about the sex you like to have at work would have been called sexual harassment, but now it's apparently empowering and virtuous if you make a club about it. That's not the only award they've won, though. No, they also won Nashville LGBT Chamber of Commerce's award for corporate diversity. To really drive home how out of touch the company's become, here's a photo of a former Cracker Barrel employee's cubicle where you can see his pronouns listed on his Out and Equal name tag, along with what appears to be a Gay Pride FBI logo and various virtue signaling signs. Cracker Barrel also took part in something called the Southern States Forum, where they discuss how to advance the far-left agenda and normalize transgenderism and their causes in Southern states. At this forum, they did a workshop on the Cracker Barrel...
Can we look at this? This. Is that what you want to see? Can we look at the board or C-level changes around 2018? Oh, the board is in the board of directors. We'll see what he comes up with here.
Timeline of progress. This is about advancing LGBTQ+ issues. So are you getting Cracker Barrel vibes yet? I doubt it, but buckle in, because the crazy train is just leaving the station. Now back to the HRC. If you're not familiar with the HRC and you thought of Hillary Clinton, somehow the actual HRC is worse than Hillary. In fact, in the most Orwellian twist, their full name is the Human Rights Foundation. With such a name, you might expect them to speak up for trafficking victims, free speech, religious freedom, or maybe young girls who suffer from genital mutilation in third world countries. But again, you'd be wrong. They actually support the mutilation that left-wing activists call, quote, gender-affirming care for children. And yes, they support the hormones, the surgeries, all of it. The HRC also absolutely hates President Trump. And their president called President Trump a white nationalist who hates America during this last election.
We can have a 34-time felony convicted wannabe white nationalist dictator in office.
The HRC, they want workplaces pushing pronouns, transgenderism, full medical coverage for transitions, and to fund pride events both inside the workplace and outside the workplace. In fact, in this image posted by a former Cracker Barrel employee, you'll see that they've sponsored the HRC's, quote, equality dinner for at least 10 years. They even got a shout out on stage from the HRC for their dramatic embrace of wokeness.
In all of the ways, Cracker Barrel, I see you. I am
remember that cubicle before? It belonged to a former employee who was actually a part of the HRC's Business Advisory Council in Washington, D.C. A very proud moment for Cracker Barrel executives, I'm sure. In fact, his LinkedIn says he's still on the council today. That employee, Steve Smotherman, was also the head of management training and development at Cracker Barrel for 15 years. That explains a lot. So this ideology has been permeating the company since as early as 2005. He left in 2020 to form a corporate consulting company and later to work for Out and Equal, no doubt to advance his cause in more workplaces.
Now, just to be clear, and I think this is worth saying, what we see is a pipeline from indoctrinating children in school, winning the culture wars, right? And so having entertainers, all the things we see in that world, people that are running social media, people that are running academia, people that are running public education. I've said this over and over again. While people like us were talking about we need to win this election, these progressives were playing the long game. We'll get to the children. We'll indoctrinate the children. We'll control academia. And then within a generation or two, all of these jobs, lawyers and HR reps and ad executives, they're all going to be fucking woke lefties. Then they'll go in, and where do they always go? They always go to the places where they feel they don't have a foothold. The military. There was an institution that the left didn't feel comfortable that they had. A lot of people in the military are right-wing. A lot of them are Trump supporters. So what'd they do? We're going to force them to all get the vaccine. Now what? Oh, shit. Let's take a timeout here. We'll get back to this. First, whale of the channel. You don't even have to put a super chat to have his voice heard. And he's talking in all caps. William Kramer Jr. says, to the dickheads who think you've won by ending the whip song, the whip will be back. Damn. We're almost to 1,000. We are at 1,000 now. And then the great Nico Pluto, again, unbelievable legend, $200. Says, I've never asked for anything. BPF has paved the way. He's just like you, are my weirdos. Please make sure everything is clean. Nico, awesome dude. Thank you so much for the $200. But very cryptic. Very cryptic. Didn't speak specifically about whether or not he wants to bring the whip song back. In addition, I hope I didn't give the wrong impression, Nico. Everything's fine between me and Andrew, but man, thank you so much. The whip song is back, people are saying. We're going to have to leave it to the mods. Haul Long Nate, $5. Thank you so much. Says, could their move to alphabet hiring be indicative of the increase of population of alphabets in the demographic they would hire from? No. Even the increase in the amount of those people wouldn't show you, like, for example, well, if 50% of the people is LGBTQ, then they're no doubt going to hire people that are LGBTQ, but it's still not that high. They took over academia, which led to them being able to go into all these corporations. And they have an incentive to go to places like Bud Light and places like Cracker Barrel that are traditionally right-wing because they want to subvert everything. Everything. All right. We're back where we began with Nico giving two $200 donations. Here's where we are. The rule of the channel is if you give a $200 donation, you can end the whip song being played for the night. Unforced Ego, fucking Chad, says $200. Bam, end the whip song. Nico Pluto gives $200, says, doesn't say anything about the whip song. So we have a controversy. Did I say that if you don't, the implication, what I wanted to say was, if you donate $200 and request the whip song to come back, it'll come back. But did I just say if you donate $200, the whip song will come back? That I don't know. So there was some dispute, but it didn't matter because Unforced Ego's like, bam, fuck you, debate over. Here's another $200. But then the problem is, Nico gives another $200 and doesn't say if he intends for the whip song to come back, which gets us back to where we began, except I'm $800 richer. Imaginarium says, no, you have to donate 200 plus specify whip song status. Now listen, we're not going to, I understand some platforms when you donate, it makes it due by change there. So we're not going to, so there's two ways I could see this going. One, I have three mods that I really trust in here right now. Are We Not Men, EOD, and Achilles is in here somewhere. I saw him. I could leave it up to them to vote. That's option one. Option two, I could set a timer, 5 minutes, and I could grift off this controversy even more. We set the timer 5 minutes. Everyone that donates says whether they think the whip should come back or not. At the end of the 5 minutes, that's it. Whichever side has the more super chats on it wins. Is everyone in agreement? Or Nico could just tell us if he wants to bring the whip song back or not. Now, Nico's being cryptic tonight, so I don't know that we're going to get a straight answer, if I'm honest. Just got here from the TikTok invasion. Is it still going on? I hope so. Thanks so, man. Andrew's killing it over there on that TikTok invasions. Always is, man. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. I'm very happy for him. Whip is game. We're all in agreement. All right, here's what we're going to do. Because of the controversy, we have $400 that says no whip song, $400 that says maybe whip song. We're going to set a timer. The timer is going to, well, let's see. We'll do the same count-up timer I always use. It's 5-minute count-up timer. We're going to play it. At the end of the 5 minutes, I'm going to say, that's it. I will check the 3 platforms that I'm going to check. Well, 4. I'll check YouTube. I'll check PayPal. You can donate at robnoerr. Buymeacoffee.com/robnoerr. Or Cash App $robnoerr. If you donate, say, I want the whip song at Chickaback or I don't. Thanks, Malsay. That's it. At the end of the 5 minutes, I don't care if it's $1 for or against the whip song and 0 for the other. That's what wins. We move forward. We plow ahead. I don't know how else to decide it. We will settle it through the grift. We will settle it through the grift. All right, here we go. $5 minutes to have your voice heard. Must put in a super chat whether or not you think that the $400 that was donated by Nico Pluto justifies bringing back the whip song or not. Seeing as how, now here's the case. $200 ends the whip song. If you donate $200 after that and want the whip song back, then we'll bring it back. We have $400 against the whip song and $400 that was neutral. The question is, do we assume if it's neutral that that means bring the whip song back or not? I can't play whip song music right now, Rad Dude, because we don't even know whether or not we're allowed to play it. So, at the end of this 5 minutes, whichever side has more super chats. Now, I suppose if we get no super chats, then we're in a tight spot. But hopefully it doesn't come to that. We would like if it doesn't come to that. We shall see. So far, no one weighs in. Oh! Unforced Ego. $5 says no whip song, but also says no whip son. Like, which is even a more intimidating way to say it. That's going to do her. I have a feeling that's going to win it. That's weird. All right. Thank you so much, Unforced Ego. Fucking, what a legend. Thank you. Sorry for swearing there. Always appreciated, man. Blasterbutt for $5 says, by the gift, it was ended. By the gift, it shall be reforged. Bring the whip song back. Thank you so much, Blasterbutt, for the $5 donation. Now, this screws us again because now we're back to ground zero. Oh, but Jack Calevra, $5 says no more whip. We're halfway there. I'm telling you, any donation that comes in after the 5 minutes is it. That's it. It's not going to count. If you want to input in this, this is going to be the end all be all. Whatever is decided shall be decided and will only be changed through another $200 donation. So if you'd like to have your voice heard right now, no whip sides winning by $5. Now remember, you can also donate if you can't do, you can donate to Cash App at $robnoerr or at PayPal at robnoerr. How long, Nate? $5 says, I love the whip song, but I say stable it for the night. Bring that stallion out tomorrow. Bam! Whip song losing by $10. Blasterbutt throws in $2. Thank you so much. Says, whip it real good. Bring it back. You're still down $8. Whip song losing by $8. Achilles, $5 says, whip on. Now, whip song losing by $3. So we're $3 in the no whip song category. Oh my goodness, only a minute left. I'm telling you, once that reaches 5 minutes, that's it. So if you think like, oh, I didn't like the outcome, now I'll donate. Nope, you're going to have to donate $200 to change the outcome at that point. Right now, no whip song. My wife donates $5 of our collective money and says, you know my feelings of the matter. Here's 3 of your own bucks. And my wife is definitely no whip song. So that's going to be $8 against the whip song. So we have, that's going to do it. We only have 20 seconds left. The no whip side's winning by $8. It's going to be it. That's going to be it. Oh, shit. Blasterbot with one of the biggest petty asshole moves I've ever seen. Wait, still 5 seconds left to donate $20. Before anyone else can can overcome it, and says, whip, whip, and more whip for the Lord of the Lash. So, the side I did not want to win won, and the whip song is back. Wow. So from this point forward, the rule resets. Any $20 donation plays the whip song. Let me just check something real quick. No, we're good. $20 donation plays the whip song from here on out. It'll take $200 donations to end the whip song for the night. And my wife, me, Unforced Ego, and the rest of the people that donated for no whip song, now I have to listen to the ridiculous ass whip song again. Anytime there's a $20 donation. And so, right on clockwork, immediately after, Jess White donates $20 right on cue. Thank you so much, Jess. And says, thanks for all the support, Rob. Have a great stream and use this $20 as credit for Are We Not Men. That's a $20 donation after the whip song was brought back.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's.
Thank you, Jess. Holy shit. I think the Crucible's rating in at the most inopportune time ever. So I'm sure the Crucible audience will be very pleased to see that we're in yet another whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way battle. S Jackal 87, thank you so much, man. Gives $10 and says, for the love of God, no more whip song. Taking the words right out of my mouth. But it's too late. Thank you, Crucible Raiders. The great William Kramer Jr., whale of the channel, former two-time Chat of the Week. Says, all hail the whip, play it, the whale demands it. If you're just joining for the Crucible and you didn't know, we kind of have an unofficial annoyance song here, which is the Where There's a Whip, There's a Way song. The whole point is it was a little fun song I found from an old Rankin Bass, Lord of the Rings. So, for funsies, I said, anytime someone donates $20, we'll play There's a Whip, There's a Way song, with exceptions if I'm in the middle of the debate or something, then no. But you can donate $200 to end the damn song. It was a little fun thing that we did here for a while, and now people really put the screws to me with it by playing it all night, which I'm happy to grift and take the $20. So we instituted the rule that if someone donates $200 in one donation, then we'll end the whip song. So then we have Unforced Ego says end the whip song, and then Nico Pluto rescinds it for $200, to which Unforced Ego puts another $200 to end it, to which Nico Pluto puts another $200 to bring it back. So we left it up to the audience, narrowly won to bring the whip song back. And so now we're playing the whip song. So thank you so much, William Kramer Jr. Your support is always appreciated.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip. the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's foremen.
Yeah, I left the scene of the crime there. I had to go to the restroom. Should have filled up my water. Don't worry, I'll have time. Please, for the love of God, someone donate $200 to end this madness. Blasterbot, $20. Thank you so much, Blasterbot, for the $20. Man, always incredibly generous. Says the grift is strong tonight. I totally agree. Thank you for the $20 donation.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's foremen.
Brody Hyde says whoever's paying for the song is deliberately trying to ruin the show. Why does it have to play so long? Well, I don't think they're trying to deliberately ruin the show. I think I do that myself just fine. However, I think that it's a fun thing that the people in the chat battle about. And if I've learned anything, I know many of you are coming over from the Crucible. It's grifting from Andrew that if people want to fight with each other to send me money, then I'll accept it. Are we not men? Thank you so much. Mod of mine says W Crucible, W Rob, W Chat. Thank you. Seawolf. $20. Says whip it. I'll try to get some variety here. And we'll give you this version of the whip song. Same audio, but
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's foremen.
all right. We could move on, I think. Thank goodness. Job fronting. Member for 9 months says the animated version's at least easier to accept. Thank you. Appreciate. All right, that's it. We've got it all out of our system. We're good. All right. Zachary Gilpy, $5. The fat guy with beard tariff. It's funny you should say that. Thank you so much. Here we go. Then we're gonna have another real quick, I wanted to comment. Shaquille Oatmeal says, stop being fat. You really have to stop being that. Wow, really? Thanks, man. I didn't know. Damn. That's not good? It's not good to be fat? Fuck, thanks, man. You're the first person to tell me. That's amazing. Thank you so much for the advice. I really appreciate it, Shaquille Oatmeal. I have been losing some weight, though, so I do appreciate that. But since you've so generously offered me some advice, allow me to offer you some. Stop being an irrelevant fucking nobody. Now, the difference is I may someday be able to lose weight. Maybe not. I am a lazy fuck. But I'll bet you're always a fucking irrelevant nobody that no one gives a shit about. Hey, good luck with that, though. All right? Let's see. Fuck. Here we go with another controversy. Captain Planet, who I'm pretty sure, I'm going to ask you, Captain Planet. You gave a $20 donation, but seeing as how you're saying what a terrible song, I assume the implication is you don't want the song to play. So unless I hear otherwise, we're not going to play the whip song for you because I don't think you want to hear it. Thank you so much for the $20, though. I really appreciate it, man. Really do. Thank you so much. I agree with your opinion. The song is really wearing on me at this point. Blasterbot, $20. Says, I wonder which petty troll paid to annoy people while stuck on a 12-hour overnight shift.
There's a way where there's a whip. There's a way where there's a whip. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
Well, I assume since Captain Planet says dims the rules, then the implication is that he also, for his $20, wanted to hear the whip song.
Where there's a whip, there's a way.
It's really getting out of control.
There's a way where there's a whip. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark horse.
I used to joke. I was like, you see the guy at the whip there? I was like, that's like me and my mods. That's like me and my mods whipping the audience to donate money. But now I realize that's the audience whipping me with this song. Look at that. That's me, that fat one up front. And that's the audience whipping me. Old Joe, man, thank you so much. Member for 6 months. One of my favorite call-ins. Always like talking to Old Joe. Says, congrats, Rob, on betting on yourself and winning. Thank you. And thank you to all of you in the audience for helping me transition to this as my career. Now when I go into, career day at my son's school, and they're like, what do you do? I thought I'd say, I'm a political streamer and a political activist. Now I'll say, I go on YouTube and play this whip song every night. And that's it. And then people give money to hear the song or not hear the song. That's sort of my angle. And then, that might impress the preschoolers. They might be like, hell yeah, that sounds great. Another great person who supports me so much and calls in all the time, Long Nate, $10, says, I do understand, Rob. When I was hosting karaoke, it was horrible to have the same song performed so poorly night after night. I'm going to skip. Oh my gosh. Okay. Jesus, thank you so much. Unforced Ego's my hero. Okay. All right. Let's play this. Alexander R. $20. Thank you so much, sir. Says, L, my boy, gap between whip songs. Listen, you got to have some sort of gap. I mean, the promise is to play the song, not, there can't be a little gap. But thank you so much, Alexander R. Rouge. $20 says, taking my nephew to see the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles tomorrow. That's amazing. No more whipping song, please. Thank you, Rouge, for the $20 and the awesome news that you're going to the movies. I love going to the movies with my son. It's amazing. And the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie was fantastic. And then, my man, Unforced Ego, who's already generously donated twice to stop the whip song. The rule is if you donate $200, you could end the whip song for the stream. He says, becomes a member. Thank you, Unforced Ego. Says, Rob, I donated PayPal to end the whip song. Please check. I hit the Super Chat daily limit. I will do that check right now. Now, the key is going to be, did the PayPal donation come in before 122, which was when Alexander's post came in? All right, here we go. Checking PayPal. The PayPal came in at 109. Sweet goodness, I could have ended this 10 minutes earlier. Unforced Ego, $200 on PayPal. End of story. Whip song done. That's it. Before Alexander R. came in, Elias gives 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Man, you guys are tremendous. The whip song is done. Only a $200 donation can bring it back for the night, which I'll take $200, but, man. It was a hell of a run. Unforced Ego is a fucking Chad, a legend. The weird thing is, I can't even be like you could be like this. Oh, well, there are people on one side are the people that donate a lot, and the people on the other side are people that are new people or something. No, the people that are pushing for the whip song are people like Blasterbot, who's one of my most generous supporters. Then you got people like William Gramer Jr., who's like the whale of the channel, 2-time Chat of the Week champion. It's very divisive. My wife says, Unforced Ego's a hero in this house. Postal Joe, man, thank you so much. Always brings a smile to me to see my favorite sitcom ever, Seinfeld, in your avatar there. And that's one of my favorite episodes, too, where he becomes the mailman. 5 memberships gifted. Thank you so much. Now, if you're new to the channel, it's not always this silliness. Like, we do a lot of politics stuff. Normally, the rule of thumb is I start streaming around 10 p.m. Eastern, and then for the first 2 to 2.5 hours, we do serious political and cultural content with a grift thrown in here and there. And then after that, we leave it up to whatever. Weekend streams are optional for me. I sort of run out of political content because I also stream, not only do I stream every night at 10 p.m. Eastern, I also stream every day at noon Eastern, where I do a call-in show. So if you're like, who the fuck would watch this dumb shit other than people that are masochists that want to hear that whip song all the time? Yeah, seriousness not expected at 1 a.m. That's a good rule of thumb. But yeah, we reckon to lefties. I'm a member of the Crucible, a paid employee. So I thank all of you that came over from the great Andrew Wilson's TikTok invasion. That I thoroughly appreciate. And I promise you, I be wrecking lefties all the time. But when you get to the late giggle time hours, right or left leaning? Oh, right, baby, in more ways than one. Right winger, populist, right winger. Now, the next goal to get to is my man EOD. See, normally you can see my goal is $357 a night. That's right, $357 for two reasons. One, because it was a nice sounding number that helps me get to the goal I would need to pay the bills every month. And second, because this bastard Austin Hall, every 2 days ago, he says $357 a day is highly unreasonable. You can see I put a little heart next to that. Well, Austin Hall, how you feeling today, my friend? How you feeling about that? How you feeling? Sure about that? You sure it was unreasonable, Austin Hall? Allegedly, Austin Hall, thinks Whick beat Andrew in that debate the other night. So, anyways, my man EOD, he always, just to be cheeky, says, oh, $1,357. That's what he always says. So we're almost there tonight. That's a rarity to reach that much in one night. So we're about, what, $21 away from that? I think we can do it. But what gets me about Austin Hall, this is what's crazy about it. How is it that every 2 days ago, it's always 2 days ago, he says that? That's what amazes me. It's always 2 days ago. You'd think he'd take a day off here and there, but nope. Every 2 days ago. Uh-oh. What's Are We Not Men threatening to do? 200 bucks, bring back Whip song. I don't think anyone's got the stones. I don't think that... not only is 200 bucks a lot of money to bring back that song, but surely people have had their fill tonight. Surely. I mean, no, I just saw Enforced Ego said, don't you dare, Are We Not Men? I was like, he is some kind of time traveler, yeah. When did the Discord invasions? We did one the other day. We did, there's problems with the Discord invasions. But we did do one. And I promise to do more. Postal Joe wants to donate the $200 just because it's funny. But God, do I hate that song. I almost feel like if someone brings that song back tonight, that my wife might storm up here and rip my power cord out of the back of my computer and just end the stream. It's to that point. Like, because... sometimes she listens to me. Can it be a different song? I don't... listen, you could donate money to hear a different song. That's fine, right? But I'm not... look, it's enough fucking headache of... listen, all right, part of this is tongue-in-cheek. Don't get me wrong. I made $1,300 tonight. That's fucking amazing. That's unbelievable. So it's okay to listen to a song that annoys me. That's fine, right? That's perfectly fine. But I don't know that I could juggle, well, what about a separate song? So if you want to donate money to hear another song, no problem, right? $20 to hear another song. At this point in the night, fine. But I'm not going to make it a rule because that's too much. It's already as crazy as it is. The Great Blaster Pot, $10 says, the funny thing is the song kind of bugs me until I hear it from other people. It bugs them. And such as the duality. Right. That's just it, right? Like, that's sort of like, that's what keeps my marriage together. The single greatest thing that keeps me and my wife together is our love for annoying each other. Just like little things. Like, I'll find a little joke that I think kind of funny, but it's annoying. And my wife will be like, yeah, that's stupid. And so then I'm like, I have to retell that joke over and over again. Like, over and over and over and over and over again. And she's got little things like that with me as well. Like, she'll always wait until I sit in the couch and be like, oh, by the way, can you take the garbage out? And I'm just like, And I know she's doing it on purpose, just a little, you know. So I get the feeling, Blaster Pot. Until Wild, what's up, my friend? How many Whip songs tonight? I have no idea. But Captain Planet says, I'm debating the $200. You think I'm about to break? Now listen, Pittsburgh sucks. Mac Miller rules. Damn. Coming in with the fire. Pittsburgh does suck. Imagine if one night Rob offered $200 to end the song and someone instead donated $200 for it to get played 10 times in a row. Yeah, that would be something. Thank you, William. Intel Wild, $50. Unbelievable, Intel Wild. Man, always so generous. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know what that means? You're always incredibly generous. That means we hit 1357. That does two things for tonight. First, that's going to achieve our secondary goal. And secondly, there's a big mod fight going on in my channel. So EOD always sets this goal at 1357, and then he was busy the other night, and the one night he wasn't around, we achieved the goal at 1357. So then Are We Not Men and Achilles are sort of giving EOD the business because he wasn't around for it, but now he's around. Thus ending the curse. Are We Not Men sends Cope, but you can't argue with that logic. I sounded like a Tibetan monk. What's up, Kieran? How you doing, man? Now, the other thing I'll say, I know a lot of people are like, I'm considering giving $200 to start the song up because Rob's about to break. That is true. I'm about to break. But I'm about to sabotage myself. I like $200. You all should like $200 too. However, let me convince you not to donate $200. All right, you ready? I'm going to convince you not to. I'm going to sabotage my own grifting here, right? Here we go. I'm probably going to bed by 2:15 a.m. So if you donate $200 to hear the Whip song again, you're probably only going to get at most a half an hour. Because I have church tomorrow for the first time in a long time. I'm 41. It's been 25 years since I went to church voluntarily for a non-specific event like a wedding, a funeral, or a baptism, something like that. And so tomorrow, for the first time ever, I'll be attending a Catholic Mass. It will be in the same church that my son's going to school. I'm very excited. I think it's very important to work on myself religiously. I do consider myself a Christian, but non-denominational, and I think it's a very poor excuse now where I don't have it was always a poor excuse that I was working so much, particularly on Sundays, that I was unable to go to church. I don't have that excuse now, so I'm going to start going. So, because of that, I want to be in bed by 2:30 or something because I don't want to be a stick in the mud tomorrow at church. Our service starts at 9, which means that I'm going to have to be up at 8 o'clock, making sure that I'm ready. Got to get reasonable clothes on. Can't be going with like the old Carhartt shirt. So I'm just telling you. Thanks, Aftershock. It's great to hear from you, Aftershock. So I just want to let you know. Yeah, you can. How Long Nate donates $20. Thank you. Says, may I request a hot load of all jars song piece? Now, olive jars. Yes, I know. Our friend How Long Nate here. One of the things that my channel stands alone in, I might not have the biggest audience in the world, but one of the things that's amazing is I have probably more people that call in every weekday on my call-in show that not only are blue-collar workers, but are actually working when they call in. Truck drivers, welders, and Nate is one of our workers that calls in. He's always calls in while he's trucking, man. And so, due to Andrew Wilson, pickle jar, olive jar escapades. We sort of have an olive jar song that we grift off of. And then our man Nate requested that we create a song about him hauling a load of pickles in a truck. So here we go. It's in a house music style.
Rolling down this lonesome highway,
That's a different song. There you go. To the great Haul Long Nate, man. I hope you enjoyed it. Now, let me see if I could. There we go. Get that off. Thank you. Alexander R, $5 says, W, my boy, Catholic Mass. I'm so excited. It's the same church. Not only is it the same church that my son goes to school at, but it's actually the same church that my wife went to school at and attended growing up. So I'm very excited. I really am. And I think it's a positive. I understand. Listen, I totally get it. There are people in the audience that are going to be like, I'm a different denomination. But you understand that in my perspective, I am no denomination, and I am Christian only in the vaguest sense that I believe Christ is the Son of God, and that it's through him that we get into heaven. But am I practicing that? Am I trying to learn more? Am I trying? I don't know. Have I been for the past 25 years? It's not just about being a good person or a nice person. And so I hope that people will respect, even if they don't agree with Catholicism, that's better than the status quo for me, which is nothing. And so, I should, no, Lobster. Last time I wore a shirt I thought was decent, y'all picked on me because it had hot dogs on it. So, I don't know that I'll be streaming. Aftershock, by the way, great to hear from you, man. Says, I'd love Rob going through the events in the Bible and his thoughts. I will not be doing that at least for a year or two. And the reason is because I think that I should have respect as a novice, as someone who hasn't attended church for so long, to focus on learning instead of giving my interpretations. That's not my place. I think it would be hubris to try to evangelize to people or to give my thoughts on that sort of stuff. So I'm not going to be doing it. And I'm not going to be jumping into like, oh, Catholicism versus Protestant debates. I'm not doing it. I'm trying to learn. And I'm a good debater. I could debate right now Catholicism over Protestantism. But it's not because my journey with God, it's just because I'm a good debater. And so I'm not going to cheapen it by using it as a game. That's how I feel about it. So you're not going to see me jumping into a lot of religious debates like that. Now, I'll debate religious debates like why Christianity is good as opposed to other religions. And I could talk about real world impacts of being Catholic or Christian or anything of that nature. But as far as the theology, no, I'm not going to do it. But maybe someday, maybe, Alexander R, $20 says, W, my boy, Olive Jar song. All right. We'll do it. What was I brought up? I'll play the Olive Jar song here in a second. What was I brought up as? I don't know. That's the honest to goodness truth. The reason is I've talked about this before. My dad grew up in a little town. It was in an underpass. It was in a holler, we would have called it. Middle Run. That's where my dad grew up. And in that holler, there was 3 families, and they all became sort of family. There was my dad's family, the Noers, and then my dad's father's half-brother, and then another group of people. And so there were 3 families, and they were all like rednecks that got picked on, and they were all dirt poor. Like, they didn't have running water, shit like that. So when they go to school and hang out in town, they all got picked on. So they learned to, like, kick ass. And they were fighters, and you talk shit and where they came from, those were fighting words, right? So there was a church down there, and it was non-denominational. So obviously by the time I'm born, things are changing a little down the holler. They got running water, and it wasn't such a big deal. People didn't talk shit as much as possible, or as it used to, and whatever. But we went to that church. We bounced around a little, but by the time we moved back to near there, we went to that church down there, and there were probably about 8 to 10 of us that went to that church. And there was a preacher for a bit, but he was let go. So this church that I went to growing up did not have a pastor or a preacher. Instead, what they had was they would go to the local churches in town, and they would ask the congregants there, they'd give them a date. They'd be like, first Sunday of next month, can one of your congregants come and preach to us? And that was it. It could be a Catholic church. It could be Methodist. It could be Protestant. It didn't matter. And so it was never a preacher that was preaching to us. It was like just a person who was a congregant somewhere. And they would say, hey, I did a little research and here's what I want to talk about today. And that's the church I went to. So it was by default both non-denominational and a bunch of denominations, because it was an amalgamation of whoever was preaching that week. That was it. So I don't know. I don't know what to say, what I was brought up as. But that there was like 8 of us that went to that church. It was like, incidentally, that church no longer exists. And I'll tell you this much, if I'd ever become rich, I'll buy that damn church and I'll rebuild it. That's one thing I would probably do for my mom. She loved that church. She used to clean it every weekend. But after that, I became Pentecostal, which not through my parents, but because it's a big, long story, but the whole spiel, the talking in tongues, and needless to say, I did not care for it at all. And I think that church did more to make me non-Christian for a decade than anything else, because my experiences at that church were so poor. So, all right, super chats. Blasterbot, $20, says, we need a country song about dinosaurs at some point. Thank you so much, Blasterbot. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. And then the great Aftershock. Man, it's great to hear from you. Aftershock used to moderate for me, and not just on the chat, but literally we had a show where he was the moderator and we would bring on debaters. One of the longest people that have helped me with my channels. It's always great to hear from you, Aftershock. Thank you so much for the $5. Says, who knows, maybe this is God's road for you to use your debate speaking skills to glorify him and speak the gospel. Everything works for his glory. Thank you, Aftershock. Maybe, but I'm not going to, through hubris, start to speak on things before it would be time. And I hope everyone appreciates that. Susan Griffith, $5, says, Rob, you opalescent tree shark. I'll take it. Opalescent. I don't even know if I know what that means. I hope I pronounced it correctly. All right. Olive jar song was requested. Let's do it. For those that don't know, Andrew Wilson at one point couldn't open an olive jar, and his extravaganza co-host, Jake Rattlesnake, had to do it. We made a little picture and a little song for the effort. Here you are. Oh, wait, that's wrong. Let's just do this.
Winning debates or fools of broad day.
Oh, Olive Jar song. Thank you. Great stuff. Rad Dude wanted to know if I'd ever replace the Whip song with a different song. I guess never say never, but I can't envision it. The Whip song's the perfect sort of... The idea was the Whip song, where there's a whip, there's a way. Psh, psh, whipping people donate money. Now the Whip song's become psh, psh, dance monkey dance to me. Which is ironic. But it makes money. So I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Abject Fool, this week's Chad of the Week. Abject Fool crushing the Griftathon this week. Just an absolute banger of a Griftathon. You guys had to be there. Those are Thursday nights starting between 1 and 2 a.m. Now, we stream every weeknight at 10 p.m. Eastern time. We really do. We do politics. We do debates. We do cultural stuff. And then we have some fun grifting and shit at the end of the night. But the Griftathon usually starts between 1 and 2 a.m. whenever we get around to it. And this week's winner for Chat of the Week for the entire week is Abject Fool. Absolutely crushed it. So he'll be looking to defend his title. We got some things coming up. There's going to be some merch that you can't purchase. You can only win through winning the Griftathon. That'll be coming up. Give me a month or so. We're getting on that. In addition, the marquee board I ordered. Since my damn... I swear, I told everyone... I know everyone thinks I'm bullshitting them, but I bought an LED screen, and the intent of this was... It was going to display, like, right there. It was going to be on the wall right there. And it was going to display the winner's name every week. And the piece of shit, some foreign garbage that I can't get working. So instead of rebuying another one, I decided that I'd buy a marquee board that you could just slide the letters. So if you win the Chat of the Week award, somewhere on this wall, somewhere up there, there's going to be your name for the whole week as the Chat of the Week. Plus, you'll get some merch eventually. So... yeah, Crucible Crusader won the previous week. So there we go. A former Chat of the Week. We also got William Kramer Jr. was in here. Former Chat of the Week. They're out there, baby. A prestigious award. It's like a gold medal. A Nobel Peace Prize. Chat of the Week. Right up there. So. No, it wasn't through Temu. It was through Amazon. And the piece of shit costs like $200. But it came, and the problem with it is we didn't realize it looked like it was a American product, but its instructions were all in like Chinese. And I think the problem is that you go to your phone for an app and everything's in Chinese, so I can't read it. So I got a translator thing to work for it. But the problem that I'm having is I can't find through the app the correct dimensions of the sign. So imagine there's so many pixels, right? Each light bulb's a pixel, but it's trying to act like the sign's like a fucking something you'd see at the New York Times. So I'm only getting like 4 pixels that show up on my sign. That's the problem I'm having. Maybe if I had some Chinamen here. But then they may pee on my rug. We're not talking about the fucking guys that built the railroads, you know? Or it's user error. Now listen, this thing was delivered probably by a UPS man. It may have been level 4 lobster. Maybe someone like you dropped it in delivery. We don't know, lobster. Oh, Rad Dude. Yeah, okay, man. I'm sorry. Where'd you put it on Discord? In the music channel? All right, let's do it. This is the song that our friend Rad Dude made. All right. Here we go.
Where there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way.
Is it coming through?
There's a way, there's a way. Where there's a way, there's a way. there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way.
I like that it's just, that's going to be the only lyric.
Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. Where there is a way, there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. Where there is a way, there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there is a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there is.
That's true.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there is a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there is.
Postal Joe, not a fan.
Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. Where there is a way, there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way, there's a way. Where there is a way, there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there is a way, where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there is. Where there's a whip,
People are pissed. Faux whip. Faux whip song. Thank you, Rad Dude. Now listen, it's a catchy song, don't get me wrong. But the OG whip song's that doesn't count as a whip song either. A lot of people are like, it's like someone covering like an Elvis tune. People are like, what? The whiz away thing, yeah, it's good. Thank you, Rad Dude, appreciate it. So I'm going to be wrapping up here. So two things we're going to do. First, we're going to find someone to raid. That's what we're going to do. Let's see who's streaming. Ba bum ba bum bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum bum ba ba ba. Ooh. We'll go with my man Abe Dinkus. Good dude. He's got a panel going on over there. I'm sure it's getting heated. I hope so. Makes for better entertainment. The other thing is, I have a request of all of you before I go. Now, a lot of times, I think you all know how this goes. What happens is this. You get to have an audience on a channel like this, and you start to get mass reported on places like YouTube. So usually what I do is set my videos to private, but I'm going to leave this one up. I don't think there's anything really objectionable that's happened unless YouTube's really furious about the whip there's a way song. Other than that, I think we'll be all right. So what I want you to do is I'm going to be talking with a merch guy Monday. And so what I'm looking for is design ideas for a shirt. Clayton Grant Gord, thank you so much. $2.79. He says, thanks, Rob. Thank you. We did it 400%. We're almost at $1,500. $27 gets us to $1,500. I think that's a banner evening. $1,500. So we'll see if we can get there. So let's see if we can get to $1,500. Anyways, so what I'm looking for is ideas for designs of shirts, right? Where there's a whip, there's a way will be a shirt. Probably just a shirt with my name and logo on it. So go to the video after the live stream's done. If you have any ideas for a shirt, or you can go to my Discord and put some ideas there. Frank Vibes, what a specific question. I dislike the fact that we're trying to displace the culture of this country. Having said that, someone's particular skin color does not give me offense. Mass importing people not from this country that don't share the language or culture do. I hope that answers your question. So, well, that's the idea. We'll see. We'll stick around for a couple more minutes, see if we get to $27 necessary to get us $1,500. Please no hot dog. Well, I'll just, yeah, just that shirt. I'll just go to Walmart and buy 100 of that shirt. Be like, here you go. I'll sell these. No. No, I'm not. No glizzy shirt today. Maybe I'll wear that to church tomorrow. Yeah, Abe will be ready. Abe's good. So now $27 will get us to $1,500. $28 will get us to the highest amount we've had this month because we had $1,500 once idea. Postal jump $5. Shirt idea. Mail on Sunday. Whoops. I think that's literally the exact line he says right before whistling there in that post. Stream on Sunday. Whoops. It's a great episode. Seinfeld. Oh, we're close. Oh, Susan Griffith, $2 says, tell Courtney she's a perfect sunflower. I will, and she is. It'll be easy to say that because she is. Courtney's awesome. Best wife that I could have ever asked for. She is really tremendous. And she's way over the whip song. $20 will get us $1,500. $21 will break our record this week. And then Are We Not Men will no longer be able to talk shit on EOD because EOD will say, when I was there, we made more money than when I wasn't there. Yeah, we'll raid Abe. We're just waiting to see if we can get to 1,500. I'm going to give it 2 more minutes. That'll take us to 2:07 a.m. Oh, snap. Look at that. Kyle Beckman. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, man. $20 says, here's all you've done for those with autism, Rob. Thank you and God bless. Thank you, man. Sometimes I feel like I let the people down by leaving that job, but it is something near and dear to me with people with autism and other forms of adult disabilities. It's always something that I will keep close to my heart. And I'm still trying to reach out and be involved in the people that I was taking care of that I'm not there anymore. But yeah, some of the greatest people that I've ever been around. It's a challenge, no doubt. But man, if you could really give people a chance, some of the people that I worked with that had autism and other disabilities were some of the most tremendous people that you would ever meet. Really were. So, but thank you for that, Kyle Beckman. I really appreciate it. And then Thomas Shepard, $27. What a boss. Says, Rob, you rule. Thank you. Thank you. Unbelievable. And you know what that means? Oh, already. All right. I don't know, man. One way to look at it is Are We Not Men was here for both nights. The other way to look at it is the night that EOD was here, we did better. Maybe we'll set up a debate between Are We Not Men and EOD. Both convincing arguments. I don't know. You guys are the best. Get it to 1750. I said I'd be out at 2:07. We'll do 3 more minutes for someone to get it to 1750. You got 3 minutes. That's $223. Did I do that right? That math? Someone wants to donate to $223 in the next 3 minutes. I did. Courtney's sister lived with us during COVID. It was a weird thing. where her apartment, there was problems with it, with the COVID bullshit. So she ended up living with us. And my wife and her sister had me watching One Tree Hill. Now I know what people are saying, like, that sounds pretty feminine, but there's this character on One Tree Hill that may be a dark horse for the best television character of all time. And it's the dad. His name's Dan. He is such a prick. Like, he's like wishing death upon his like son. He has two sons to two different women, and he likes the one son and doesn't like the other. And so he's like basically wishing death on him. Spoiler alert, he kills someone in the show. It's unreal. This guy, Dan on One Tree Hill, is the biggest asshole I've ever seen in a show. And it's just amazing. At one point, he needs a heart transplant. I'm not making this up. The dude needs a heart transplant. And so they're bringing the heart in a cooler to the hospital. And someone accidentally hits the nurse that's carrying the heart, and it falls on the ground, and a dog eats the heart right in front of the guy that needs the heart transplant. Well, see, Mulsey, I wasn't giving spoilers. Most of the people can't see what you're saying because you're on Kick, so I'm not going to put it. The whole thing, Dan is crazy. Dan's an insane person. So there you go. All right, it looks like we're not going to get to our goal of $1,750. But yeah, that happened on the show. That's a real thing that happened. And it wasn't like a comedy. It's not like it was a slapstick. That shit happened in this show. Oh, Jess White, what's happening? Thank you so much for the $1. Really appreciate it. Jess, I'd stick around. If you're streaming tonight, please consider going and checking out Jess's channel. We already told Abe we're going to raid him tonight. But Jess is also a tremendous show. Prayers still out for you there, Jess. Hope everything's going good. But I can link to Jess's channel. I don't know if she's streaming tonight or not. And then we're going to raid over to Abe. But you guys were unbelievable tonight. Thank you so much. Oh, Jess just crushing it. $1. Thank you so much, Jess. Unbelievable. Thank you. There's Jess's channel. Go check it out. Thank you so much. We didn't make $1,750, but that just sounds greedy. It just sounded greedy anyways. I appreciate Alexander R. for throwing the suggestion out there. Sometimes people say that, and it's like, I stick around for 3 minutes, and someone goes, hey, yeah, we could get to that amount. But I don't think it's in the cards tonight. No one's really into donating another $220. Jess, thank you for $1, though. Thank you. Want to know what you think of the font I put in general. Oh, shit. The font. It's interesting. Different. I don't know. I'm not a big font guy. Oh, Spiro. Jeez, oh man. Spiro. My goodness. Another amazing channel. My friend Spiro, who knows more about AI than anyone I know. Of course, I don't know many people, so take that for what it's worth. But Spiro, a tremendous streamer. Let me find his channel. There he is. Remember, go over to Jess's channel. Go over to Spiro's channel. Giving a sub costs nothing. Just go over, give a sub. Maybe you'll decide to watch them in the future. Maybe not. Jess, thank you for another $1. Really appreciate it. But go over, give them a sub. I'll guarantee you'll be watching. Thank you, Jess. You'll be watching them someday and be like, damn, why didn't I watch this channel much sooner? So I'm telling you, check it out. Just give a sub. Check it out someday. Am I a stripper? No. I don't believe so. So check out Spiro's channel, please. I think you'll like it. He's got some awesome things to say about tech and AI. Jess, thank you so much. Another $1. Here's how many I'm counting so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, $9 from Jess. But I am not a stripper. even though I'm getting dollars. There's 10. Thank you so much, Jess. Let me close down some. The poor Abe's probably over there like, when is this raid coming? But I got to stick around for a couple minutes because Spiro I am having an awesome stream. Thank you, Jess. Another $1. 11. Thank you for the raid, Spiro. Thank you for the donos, Jess. Fistful of yen. I feel like Clint. Dude, I got to watch myself with the Clint Eastwood clips and jokes after getting the banhammer. Oh, Carlos, thank you so much, man. $5. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Jess, thank you again. Another $1. Thanks. We're going to get that. We'll get to the $1,700, $1,750. Thank you, Jess, again. I don't think Jess is live right now. I didn't see. I'll check again, but I don't think so. Abe's live. That's the only person I'm seeing. Abe. Tomorrow night, we'll probably review the Whick Andrew Wilson debate. Unless something else comes up. You never know with the news cycle. Thank you so much, Jess. Really appreciate it. Jess, it's incredibly generous. I do have to get to bed, though. Spiro, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you all. We're going to raid over to Abe Dinkus. Give him a sub when you get over there. Say, hi, Abe. Make fun of Abe. Ask Abe this when you get over there. Say, Abe, you'll be on tomorrow? Okay. Nice. When you see Abe, say, hey, what was it like when Rob donated money to get you front and center on the show we were on, Verbal Combat? You could donate money to make him the only cam that's on. And then I muted all of his opponents. So it was just 5 awkward minutes of just his face like, okay. So ask him about that. I'm sure he'll get a kick out of it. All right. Thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. I can't thank you enough. I'm humbled by how awesome this community is. You guys are the best. So we'll talk to you all soon. I should be back tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern. Thank you so much. Hopefully I have good things to say about my first Catholic Mass. Thank you. And as always, have a good one.